What is going on, everybody? Happy Wednesday, Amazon sellers, and welcome back to a very special weekly live news and Q&A show that we have built just for you, where we share some e-commerce news, some stats, the occasional business maxim, and of course, we occasionally wax philosophical. But most importantly, we are here to answer your questions and help you any way we can in your Amazon business. So if you've got a question about retail arbitrage, online arbitrage, wholesale, or perhaps you just have a curious Keepa chart, well, drop it in the chat, and we are here to serve you and help. Now, for those of you who might be new here, my name is Chris Grant, and to my right is my Elemocenary co-host, Chris Rasick. And not only is that a great adjective for tonight, it is also perfect for this show because that means charitable. And tonight, yes, we are here to answer your questions, and we're looking forward to it. But tonight is also a night that we are going to shamelessly and endlessly ask you to donate money to a good cause.
Yeah, you know what, Chris? It's been a minute since I was a little bit nervous for one of these shows, but I felt a little bit extra pressure. It's not the right word, but just a little pre-performance anxiety. So apparently, I've got a lot riding on this.
Yes, yeah,
emotional.
I mean, it's good. It's good to have us get us a little nervous a little bit, and that's okay, because we want to do a good job. We want to make sure that we bring you guys a good show and make sure that we are helpful to you guys. But again, we are going to be raising money for Movember. That is November with an M on the front of it. And it is for a good cause. A lot of good causes, actually. And yes, Potato, absolutely. We are going to be professional beggars this evening, but we will try to make it worth your while. And I'm just going to get it started off before we talk about what it is and what we're going to do for you guys. But there is a QR code up here. All right, so if you're watching on the screen, you want to take a picture of that and go and donate to Movember, you can do that up there. Down below, there is a link right on the screen in a banner. You can go to Movember.com/M/Chris Rasick, and you can donate there. All right. There's also a link in the show notes if you're on Facebook, if you're on YouTube, if you're on Twitter. Unfortunately, they don't allow it, but you should be able to see it everywhere. And we want to make sure that you guys have every opportunity to donate this evening. Now, before we tell you exactly what this is all about, it is for men's health. It's for men's mental health, and we're going to dive into a lot of that kind of stuff. But we are going to be giving back to you guys as well. All right. We've got a ton of things to give away. We've got 3 90-day free memberships to OAC Plus. That is the community that we run. It is, so I'll be quite frank, it is getting rave reviews. In I believe 90 days, we've gotten 12 5-star reviews on our WAP. We are getting wins almost daily now. Of people hitting spend records or going over what they're looking to spend, hitting new sales goals, etc. And we're very happy with the way it's going. We've also got some Keepa Academies to give away, 3 of those. So if you want to learn how to use Keepa even better, we'll make sure that you can do that by getting access to Keepa Academy. We've got 3 Keepa SOPs, which is a collection of almost 70 SOPs that you can use to make money with Keepa immediately upon getting access. Saul, our friend at Saul Sell Stuff, has donated 2 Amazon to Amazon Flips challenge replays. If you want to learn how to add Amazon to Amazon Flips to your repertoire. We might be giving away some Atomic Habits books, one of the best books for entrepreneurs out there. We've got a points and miles challenge to give away so that you can learn how to maximize your credit card travel hacking. Matter of fact, I did not plan to travel over the Thanksgiving holiday, but due to some things that are going on in our life, I do have to travel over the Thanksgiving holiday, and so I was able. What I'm going to do is I have to drive. I didn't want. I thought about booking flights, but we know what that's like over Thanksgiving, and with the shutdown and all that stuff, I just wasn't sure. So I was like, you know what? Let's drive. Let's make it a road trip. We'll have our own vehicle. I actually rented a big vehicle for us so everyone's comfortable. And I'm going to make it a 2-day road trip. We're going to stop outside of Atlanta. I was able to grab a 2-bedroom suite with two queen beds, one king bed, for like 13,000 points at a Hyatt property. Nice Hyatt property. Ended up being like 2.7 cents per point, and which, from what I understand, is a pretty good redemption rate. Cost me $0 thanks to my business. And Luke rented a Tahoe, is what I rented with 4 captain's chairs. We're also going to be giving away. Actually, we're not giving this one away. We're going to auction this one off. All right. We're going to be auctioning off a coaching session with both of us. You can hop on a 1-hour call with Chris and myself, and we can talk about anything that you want. We can talk about, we can make fun of that team up north for an hour. You can roast us for an hour. Or we can help you with your business any way that we can. We will be giving away a month worth of Monday night sourcing sessions. You'll be able to join in a private link for Monday night sourcing sessions with Chris to learn how he thinks about sourcing. And then we've got another item we're going to be auctioning off. Honestly, I may need to get in the running on this one. Steve French, friend of the show, a retail arbitrage monster. I don't know how else to describe him. He's a goat. He's a monster. He's an absolute savage. I don't know how the man does it, but he's coming up on like $4 million in retail arbitrage sales this year. He may break it. I don't know. I don't pocket watch as much as others do, but I know that he is crushing it this year. Units are down, volume is up because he's been working on a higher ASP. He is his profits are up, if I'm not mistaken. And Steve gave us a 1-hour coaching call to give away. Well, that is so valuable that we're going to auction that off, because the one thing I left out is that Steve does all of his own shopping. That is almost $4 million in retail arbitrage sales, 100% FBA. There are some toy holds in there, etc. He has one employee who does some shipping for him. That's it. I saw him talk about possibly adding some shoppers next year. And I was like, dude, I was like, if you add shoppers, I was like, and you have the capital, you're just going to blow it out of the water. I could see him double in a year or two with the right team. But Steve is probably too humble to admit this publicly, but he's got to be one of the smartest sellers we know. We know some pretty smart sellers. Steve does not live in a metro area. at all.
Nope.
I don't want to say that Steve lives out in the sticks or anything, but Steve is in Ohio. It's not like he lives in Columbus, Cleveland, or Cincinnati, or Toledo. Ooh. Sorry if you live in Toledo. It gives me the shivers when I have to say the name.
Mm.
But um, but yeah, no, Steve does not live in a large area. If Steve lived here in Orlando, where I live, um, he it'd be over. It'd be over for everybody else. But that's going to be incredibly valuable. So those are the giveaways that we've got this evening. And Chris, let's talk about what is Movember all about.
Yeah, so Movember is started in, I believe, 2003. It was the first year that it started. This is my 13th year participating in Movember, and what they do is they specialize in improving the lives and the health, both physical and mental, of men. And it's not. Don't think that that's isolationary, on a gender basis. The point is, the men are fathers, their husbands, their sons, and those the improved health of them helps everyone, regardless of gender. It helps families. So what they've done is since 2003, they've funded 1,300 programs worldwide, all in the effort of improving men's health. That's across 20 countries total. We're talking suicide prevention hotlines, groundbreaking cancer research, early detection. They're trying to get cancer detected earlier, and they're trying to break through some of the unhealthy kind of generational wiring that men have. We're taught to rub some dirt on it and suck it up, and that framework needs to change, because we're seeing things that are alarming. Men on average die 6 years sooner than women. So if we can change the mindset, if we can get men talking, if we can break through some of these old, the archaic mental models of masculinity, we can shorten that gap. We can take back some of those 6 years. And we'll go through more data as we go through the night. I won't hit you with all the data right now, but yeah, it's something near and dear to my heart. I thought about it. I read about it, and I said, oh, that's cool. And remember 2003, this is before the hipster barista had a mustache. It's there's kind of like a subset of mustaches are coming back a little bit, in some select cliques, maybe, if you want to call it. But this is all the way back to 2003. So the point is, it's a striking change in appearance, right? I think that was the spirit behind why they chose mustaches, right? And the general rules for Movember is you start Movember 1st with a clean shaven face, and then over the course of the entire month, you grow a mustache. So what that does is it's supposed to make people ask questions. Friends look at you funny. Somebody teases you, and then it gives you an opening. That's an icebreaker to start some of these conversations. About what it's for, what it does, why it's important. So that's basically the rules. And then you just grow the mustache, and you try to have as many conversations and bring as much awareness as possible to the cause. So that's the process. Read about it. We I think most of us kind of default to inaction. I certainly didn't jump on it. 2003, I was I believe I was still a bachelor, so the prospect of a mustache, from a social aspect, wasn't enticing. You know, taking growing the duster. Jaron was throwing out some really cool nicknames before. Keep those coming. Those are making me laugh. But just to let you know where the seed was planted of why I decided to make this commitment 13 years in a row. I read a stat, and it wasn't even from Movember, but I read a stat that just the rates of cancer. We got to the point where the numbers, the math says 1 out of every 2 men will be diagnosed with some form of cancer in their lifetimes. 1 in every 3 women will be diagnosed with some form of cancer in their lifetimes. And that stat has quite literally haunted me ever since I read it. I doubt I'll ever forget that because I don't know, that's such a massive number. And it's scary. It frightened me. So it stuck with me this whole time. And there was a very specific moment that led to my commitment to Movember, and it happened at the Thanksgiving Day table, which is coming up here soon. And it was the whole family. Most of the family was all together, and my dad was there, my stepdad was there, my son was there. I'm pretty sure both my sons. He might have come later. But 2 sons are there, my dad, stepdad, myself. And the numbers, I thought about that stat sitting around the Thanksgiving table, the moment that you're supposed to be thankful. For some reason I had cancer stats kind of creeping up into the front burner of my head. And I looked around, and I looked at my dad, I looked at my stepdad, I looked at both my sons, and the numbers say that 2 of the 4 of them will be diagnosed with cancer in their lifetime. And that made it very, very real. And particularly I looked at my son, firstborn son. Is very extra protective, of your firstborn. There's a lot of that first wave of fatherhood stays with you. I think a little bit extra. You love all your kids. I'm not saying I have a favorite, but I particularly happen to look at him, and the thought of him having to go through cancer treatment, it broke my heart. And for some reason, in that moment, on that day, it got so real. It almost brought me to tears. I fleshed out this hypothetical scenario, and I decided right then and there that if there's something that I can do to change that, to protect him, which is one of the main things that a man, the duties of a man and a father, and a husband, is as protector. If there was something I could do, I decided I was going to do it. Whether it's I look ridiculous for a month, bunch of stupid pictures. My birthday is on December 1st, so there's still remnants of this stupid thing. On my birthday, it's ruined pictures for almost a decade and a half. But it's worth it. And I went back to Movember, and I decided that was going to be the vehicle that I used to try to sounds hokey, but make the world a better place. Put some good out into the world. So that's the origin story.
Yeah. And that's all it really takes. Like, if we all just wanted to try to make it 1% better, I think we'd be surprised. It often feels like what we try to do is, or it often feels like we just give up because, well, what kind of difference can we make? But I think that's the wrong mindset. We may not, become president or, lead some sort of national movement, but if we can just make life 1% better for, our family, our friends, our neighbors, It's amazing what kind of difference you could leave in the world, and how that would compound if everyone would do that. Um, but yeah, listen, we've got a long night, and I see one question in here already. I'm a couple minutes late. How can I bid and win on the Monday night sourcing call? We will get there. We're going to get to that here in just a little bit. We're going to get to a little bit of news before we really start bombarding you with requests to donate, and giving away things. Let us get through one piece of news, but we want to answer your guys' questions. We want this to be helpful for you as well. So if you have questions about Amazon, make sure to ask them, and we'll get to those also. And we'll be bringing up a lot of stats. Chris and I will be sharing some stories, some things that we're familiar with. Maybe talk about some things that you can do for the people in your life. To kind of beat back some of these. They're essentially stereotypes now, and also are useful even as business owners to think about. So we'll get there. Now, before we get to the first piece of news, a couple of things. Number one, if you want to donate, there is a QR code up in the corner. There is a link right down here in the banner. There is another link in the show notes if you're on YouTube or if you're on Facebook. Give liberally. All right. Chris has a goal of 7,500 in donations. We want to try to get him there. Okay. We've got a fairly, I don't want to say we have a big audience, but this did go out to like 30,000 people. This should not be something that is too difficult to do. And of course, we want to put our own money where our mouth is. So to get it started off right, my family's donated $1,000. All right, just to get things kicked off the right way. And now it is your guys' turn to dig deep, if you will. All right, and of course we'll get back to you. So let's dive into a little news, and then we're going to move some things around and talk with you guys for the next 2.5, 3 hours. So we'll be here. We'll be here for quite some time, as long as you guys will have us. All right. So first piece of news is Amazon now has a brand new dashboard to help you manage your returns easier. All right. So Amazon has introduced the Returns and Recovery Insights and Opportunities dashboard, and it's available for all sellers right now. So you can get a more clear insight into your returns and your inventory recovery. Amazon's making it very clear they want to not pay for, they want to not reimburse as much as possible. And so giving you a little clearer look into things. With this new dashboard, you're going to be able to view return insights and recommended actions in one central location, regardless of the channel. So this dashboard is going to offer ASIN level insights. You'll be able to view return metrics and trends. That could be helpful, because if you've got an ASIN that is trending poorly in the returns department, you may want to cut it, especially if the margins are a little tight. You're going to be able to see top return reasons and recommended actions to help reduce return rates. Now, I certainly hope that these recommended actions and things like, and the return reasons are better than Voice of the Customer, because I took a quick stroll through Voice of the Customer last night, and I looked through all of my, what do they call it? Very poor or poor Voice of the Customer returns. And every single one of them said something along the lines of, seller problem. And so I looked through all 20 of them, and it was, I needed a bigger size. I didn't care for the shade of makeup. It was all just garbage. So hopefully this is better. You're also going to be able to see performance metrics. You'll be able to track trends over time and monitor critical review rates. You'll be able to see recovery insights. So if you're enrolled in grade and resell, which I know a lot of people are nervous about, but I hear from some of my friends who sell a whole lot more than I do that it's actually been a pretty solid program. You'll be able to review recovery metrics such as net recovery, sold units, and total sales of graded items. There's going to be a resource center where you can manage reports, act on customer feedback, and track returned items to try to cover value efficiently. Hopefully, this will make it a lot easier to see what you need to get reimbursed from Amazon rather than having to pull a bunch of different reports or anything like that. And then in the settings, you'll be able to manage your returns and recovery settings for both FBA and fulfilled by merchant products. Now, we can joke about this, and we could make light of a lot of things. However, this is the second dashboard that Amazon has released within the past month that's giving us a much more detailed look at our businesses. Honestly, I got to hand it to Amazon. In a time when everyone thought that Walmart was the move and Walmart was going to eat Amazon's lunch because they were welcoming sellers by the droves, well, Walmart did an about face, and Amazon keeps pushing updates that I think are pretty solid, despite any issues that you might have with Amazon as a seller.
Yeah, this is an issue where sellers and Amazon are on the same side, right? Amazon wants to reduce returns. It's in their best interest, and it's also obviously in our best interest. They may not share. They don't want to share the financial burden. They want to minimize that part of it. They're still out for themselves. However, it's a common goal to reduce the amount of returns. So it's kind of we get a little bit lost in some of the news. It gets painted as it changes that Amazon makes as yet another way that Amazon's trying to screw us. So it kind of gets lost in the negativity that's so prevalent sometimes. That it's in their best interest for us to do well and be more efficient. If we can have less returns, be more profitable, despite what the private label supremacists will tell you, Amazon needs us. They need the third-party seller. They need arbitrageurs. They still want to be the everything store. So if there's a mutual benefit that benefits both Amazon and their third-party sellers, they'll certainly be open to it. And this is a nice one.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
It's useful for us, and you're right. You do have to give them a little bit of credit with some of the improvements and the additional resources that they provided for us.
Absolutely. You said something that I hear quite often. You're like, oh, well, they don't want to share the burden of the cost, which you're absolutely right. And a lot of sellers would be like, oh, well, Amazon doesn't care about the seller. And I want to push back on that a little bit. You and I have talked about the phrase in the movie Wall Street. And a lot of people get it wrong. A lot of people think that it is greed is good. And that's not the right phrase in the movie. Greed, for lack of a better term, is good. And I don't know why that has always stuck with me ever since I saw that movie, but I thought it was a really important idea. We actually want Amazon to give a crap about themselves. We want them to care about the customer. We want them to care about shareholder value, because it does drive them to innovate, to bring more customers in, which in turn benefits us in the fact that we can sell more and more and more. And in some of the, Amazon is celebrating 25 years of FBA this year. And if you've gotten emails from them or maybe seen some of the things, they talked about how third-party sellers have generated $2.5 trillion in sales. If Amazon wasn't a little greedy, that would not happen. 60% of total unit volume on Amazon is from third-party sellers. If Amazon wasn't greedy, that wouldn't be possible. And so I think that, I don't know. I was reading a Daniel Pink thread this morning on Twitter, and he was talking about how not being positive is actually not only bad in general, but it's actually bad for your health, and he explained why. I think we need to try to help sellers be positive and see the little silver linings that maybe you and I kind of just see second naturedly. Second, that's not the right that's not the right term, but hopefully everyone gets the idea.
I honestly, I don't know how you would conjugate that either, but we know what you meant. Yeah, it's that's why we report on Prime memberships. That's why we report on earnings. That's why we report on market share. Because the thought behind it is Amazon's rising tide will lift us as well. We can't. Well, we shouldn't participate in the greedy corporation, evil corporation. I think both of us are kind of absent of that wealth resentment. It kind of strikes me as a victim mentality. I think it's kind of a scapegoat for personal accountability. If we're being honest, and I've always kept it in the top of my mind that the better Amazon does, the stronger the marketplace is, and that's where I sell. This is our field of play. This is our home turf. And we want our home field advantage to be as strong as possible.
Absolutely. And Big Jim, yeah, we are talking about capitalism. Capitalism done right is a good thing. And can capitalism go wrong? Of course. There is, I mean, heck, the SEC was born out of capitalism done wrong by the person who did capitalism wrong. If you want a fascinating read, you should go read about how the SEC was formed, who formed it, and why it was formed to protect the market against the manipulation that he used to get rich himself. But anyway, yes, capitalism, and I am an unashamed capitalist pig. Capitalism at its core has done a ton for humanity and lifted a lot of people out of poverty. Heck, we live like kings would have. Heck, not even 200 years ago. 100 years ago. Now, are there bad parts to it? Sure, there's bad parts to everything. But all right, let's do this. Let's talk a little bit about Movember. Let's give something away. Chris, you want to pick the first thing we give away tonight and how we're going to give it away?
Yeah, let's. We want to give something away right away, right?
Yeah, let's just little goodwill. If you guys ever read any Robert Cialdini or anything like that, you'll know exactly what we're doing here. A little reciprocity. So we're going to give something away, and then we're going to ask you to make a donation, and it works.
Yeah, let me know in the comments if you're close to the keyboard. Let me know what you want to see first. We're not going to go with the big ones. We need an appetizer. I'm thinking as much as I love your Keepa content and as powerful as Keepa is, I'm kind of leaning towards the Keepa Academy or Keepa SOPs.
Mm-hmm.
We've got 3 of each of those. Heather, that's a good thought too. One of the books, John, the second biggest one. I see where you went there. I understand it. Yeah, so I'm thinking Keepa. It won't be long till we start giving away the OAC Plus, though. I think those. I'm really excited for you guys to get your hands on those. because I mean, there's a lot of people from the OAC Plus community in here now, and they'll tell you there's some serious progress, and there's some serious good things and good wins happening in the OAC, but we gotta make you wait a little bit for that at least.
And I'll tell you guys what, when we do give away the 90 days of OAC Plus, that can be a new person. If it is an OAC Plus member currently, we will make your account free for 90 days. That's not new people only. Okay, want to make sure that's open to everybody,
which only increases the ROI. While we're deciding, let me know. Keep it coming. What you want to see. In the meantime, and by the way, I didn't want to interrupt while you were talking, Chris. Thank you very much for the $1,000 donation.
Yes, sir.
It means this all, and if I don't say it because I thought it was obvious, that might be a disservice. But this cause and the way you guys show up for me and support me when this cause, it means the world to me. My love of this cause and the good that it does, and knowing that things can improve, and the way you guys show up, it really warms my heart. So I want to make sure I state that out loud. I don't want that to be, I shouldn't think that that's understood. I need to let you guys know that I truly, truly appreciate your support. So, and just a highlight while we're picking, I still want to know what you want as the first prize. I need to shout out, I don't know if Zach's here. Zach made a donation pre-show. Not sure where that came out. I sent an email. The links were in the emails too, so I think there might have been some donations for people that maybe couldn't make it or aren't going to be able to hang out for too long. But Zach Amrain, thank you so much. There was MCWR. It was in their company's name. Thank you very much. Melissa Mueller, thank you. I see that came through. Christy Collins, thank you very much, Christy. That's very generous. The count, in case anybody's wondering, we are up to $1,541 already. So hey, Zach is here. There you are. Thank you, my man. So let's do the full-blown Keepa Academy.
Keepa Academy. Okay.
And you can't, like we've mentioned Keepa Academy, and there's a reason that it comes up all the time. There's a reason that it's one of the first courses when we talk about what's included with the OAC Plus. That the course library is like one of the underrated things. That doesn't, there are no like specific wins that we talk about because of it. It's always like the sourcing show or the office hours and stuff. That's the stuff that gets the press. Those are the glamorous ones. But don't sleep on the knowledge at your fingertips on demand of all of the courses that come in the OAC Plus. And Keepa Academy is one of those courses. You'll notice it, almost all of the content that we do, we're never too far away from Keepa, right? And I'm probably not the one to be explaining your course for you, Chris, but Chris made a deep dive into Keepa. And Keepa is one of those things. Keepa's a little bit like laundry. You're never really done with it. There's always more to do. There's more to learn. There's more applications to what Keepa has. It's the very last. If I ever went on a cost-cutting spree and had to save as much money as possible, Keepa, without a doubt, would be the last thing I ever canceled. Because it's so powerful and it's such a key to a strong business. So let's give away a Keepa Academy if we can.
Absolutely. Let's give away a Keepa Academy. You pick the winner. And the thing about Keepa is it always surprises me when I come across somebody and they don't yet know the full power of Keepa. And heck, I can't even say that I do, because every now and again we find something new. We talked about not too long ago that we happened to find a little new filter inside of the Keepa deals section, and it's something that seems a little silly, but I mean, you share like $1 and $2 Kindle books all the time, and it's not a great way to see that inside of the Keepa deals section until now. We
Mhm.
can go down just to business books. We can go down, so you can get incredibly granular on things just because of these new filters that always seem to be popping up. It's incredible. I got to hand it to those folks over there. They may not have the white glove service or the nicest bedside manner, but they are always trying to make Keepa better.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So let's do the person that shouted it out, shall we? I don't know if can we show stuff with all the banners and everything.
Yeah, absolutely. That was. Let's find them here. Ah,
Let's do
there it was.
Engine Gulen.
Engine
Pronounce that wrong?
Gulen. Engen. I'm guessing engine. That sounds better. So, engine. Hopefully, that is how we pronounce your name. If not, apologies. Okay. Engine. Very good.
I got it
Nice.
right.
Nicely done. That is the first and only name we will pronounce correctly this evening. I'll tell you what to do. Send me an email. It is chris@cleartheshelf.com. Okay. Let me know that you won Keepa Academy, and I will get you access to it via our web portal. That's where you'll be able to get access to it. So I've written your name down. Shoot me an email, and I'll double check the list. And as long as you're on the list, I'll get you access to it. So now, before we move on, or before we get to any more giveaways or anything like that, Chris put together a massive list of items to talk about. I also put together some facts and stats. And I want to start with one of these, because not a lot of people know this. And we're raising money. Chris is raising money for Movember, which is all about men's health, men's mental health, things like that. But when I read this, I was a little surprised. And I really should know this because in my family, two men have been affected by this. But prostate cancer is the most diagnosed cancer among men in the U.S., with an estimated 313,780 new cases projected for 2025. And there's actually there's some very famous people with prostate cancer right now. Matter of fact, prostate cancer that for them are not going to be able to be cured. One of them, of course, is our former president, Joe Biden. It has metastasized. And another is cartoonist, the Dilbert cartoonist, Scott Adams, right? It affects you no matter what side of the aisle you're on. And prostate cancer has affected both of my grandfathers, both my maternal grandfather and my paternal grandfather. One of them was able to catch it early because he's willing, is willing to go to the doctor early and get checks on a regular basis. And for him, it was, I don't want to say it was no big deal, but it was almost like nothing happened. It was some extra doctor's appointments and everything was taken care of. Prostate cancer, if caught early, can be extremely treatable. My maternal grandfather, unfortunately, was not so lucky, and he was taken way too soon, way before my son ever got to meet him. And well, actually, one of the best guys I've ever known. But passed away before I got married. Was able to tell him that I was getting engaged, so that was nice. Um, but he waited too long. I've got too many things to do to go to the doctor. I'm a teacher, and I've got to handle school, and then I've got to have side hustles in the summertime and after school. And, if something's feeling off, he was a farmer, he was a teacher, he was a roofer. If something was feeling off, well, you throw some dirt on it, you walk it off, and it'll probably be fine on a good night to sleep and maybe a little bit of aspirin. And unfortunately, they just caught it too late, and it ended up taking him. And it doesn't have to be that way. It is one of the most curable cancers there is, when men are willing to do what it takes to catch it early. So yeah, this is something that is incredibly important to me anyway.
Yeah, and we're talking about a simple blood test. Just simple blood work. They can check your prostate via your blood. The number 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer. That's what the numbers are, and that doesn't not affect you, right? Like, think about those numbers. Like, it doesn't take you long before you can count 8 people. That's their group chats. That's somebody in your group chat. That's somebody in a networking group. That's someone in a club that you might go to. Maybe multiple people in a club. I can't stress it enough that simply getting it checked, it can save your life. And again, we're talking about not just the life of the man themselves. We have families, we have friends, we have loved ones, that want more time. And it's easy to just brush it off, because you're busy or something like that. But you start throwing numbers around like 1 in 8, and that just, I don't know. It seems too easy to not be proactive about, to be honest.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially with how easy it is to get blood tests today. I mean, you don't even have to go to the doctor anymore. They've got blood testing locations here in Florida in strip malls, where you can go and get just about anything that you want. And Luke, yes, you are correct. He did or does sell a Dilbert calendar on Amazon. He may have pulled it this year. There were some issues with counterfeits, and he got very, very loud about it. But yeah, he absolutely has, and all of his books are on there, of course. I don't suggest all of his books, but some of his books are very, very good. Okay, I've seen a couple questions come through. Let's answer a couple of questions, and we'll get back to the show here. Let's see here. Okay. So I think this is the first one here. JP, does the reason the customer gives for returns matter for FBA shipments? No, not really. Anybody can return anything for just about any reason. They've got 30 days. It's basically 30 days, no questions asked. Now, are all FBA returns automatic refunds? 99% of them are pretty much going to get refunded to the customer. Yes. Now, if you mean reimbursed to you as the seller, no, not necessarily. If it's not returned back to Amazon, the item itself, you'll get reimbursed within about 60 days. Outside of that, it's very likely that you're going to have to fight for a reimbursement. If it was a switcheroo, you might have to have it sent back to you and take pictures and open a case, that kind of stuff.
We have crossed over $2,000 already. Thank you
Wonderful.
so much.
Fantastic.
Shout outs
Mark,
to Aaron Kelly, Anthony, Ronald, Jay Tyndall. I see you. Thank you. Raphael, Ian, Andy, Thank you, Andy. I still remember your note from last year. Thanks for showing up yet again. I hope you're doing good, man.
Mark, speaking of voice of the customer dashboard, it's the inauthentic comments that are causing me low optimism in Amazon at the moment. AI picks up on customer return buzzwords, then policy violation. Yeah, absolutely. Now, I will say this: those are fairly easy to beat back. It's a bit of a thorn in the side, but I totally understand that. And my hope is that the AI gets better. Now, maybe I am a little too much of an optimist, but I would imagine that over time that will get a little bit better. Let's see here. Oh, thank you, Hustler. Appreciate that. And we try to make sure the OA challenge is best of the best. And that's what we're trying to do with OAC Plus as well. Heather, you are too kind.
It's another underrated perk of the OAC Plus. I don't know if 90 days gets you to another OA challenge, but as a member of the OAC Plus, you get every future OAC challenge that comes around.
Mm-hmm. JP, how often do you still use Keepa for sourcing? Well, I mean, if we're talking about any kind of sourcing, Keepa is every day. You know, if it's just looking at a Keepa chart. But outside of that, I still use Keepa all the time. Even if I'm using Storefront Stalker Pro, if I find something that's a banger, well, my thought process is if these people found it, well, I want to look at all the storefronts of every single person who's ever been on there. And so I'm using it for that and just surfacing up kind of their greatest hits. And if I don't have time to go through every single storefront, I could at least grab 50 at a time, open them up in keep a product finder, and be like, hey, just show me the ones that are, say ranked under 300K, are more than $30 or even $35 buy box price, and the price has either gone up or stayed flat on average over the past 30 days. That alone should be able to take maybe one lead that you find in Storefront Stalker Pro and turn it into 3, 4, 10 different leads without you really having to do much work.
Yeah, and it's I don't know if it's splitting hairs here, but Keepa's intertwined in all of the methods of sourcing that I use. If you want to get real specific and like just using Keepa, do I still use it for sourcing? Absolutely. Keepa, and you mentioned SSP, Storefront Stalker Pro. That gets name dropped a lot because I'm a huge fan, and I want everyone in OAC Plus. Even if you're not in OAC Plus, it's still worth a subscription because it makes so much money, and it makes sourcing so easy. Just every time you go in there, there's positive ROI to all the time spent in Storefront Stalker Pro. However, it's only a small part of my store and even my leads company. I think there's kind of there's a couple and not misconceptions, but I think Storefront Stalker Pro gets mentioned so much. I think people think it's a bigger part of our actual, when the cameras are off and we're actually working on our Amazon stores. It's a major part, and it's extremely beneficial. But and like storefront stalking, like even like the reverse sourcing. Reverse sourcing isn't storefront stalking. Storefront stalking is part of reverse sourcing, but there's more to reverse sourcing than just storefront stocking. So we kind of get the stuff jumbled up. But so as far as Jeanette just found 4 banger leads with Storefront Stalker Pro today.
Love it.
It's incredible, right? And maybe I'm doing it wrong. Maybe I should just do Storefront Stalker Pro all the time. But no, but Keepa itself it's an underrated sourcing method by itself. Just doing that solo. The power with Keepa is how granular you can get with it. You can specifically look in very dark corners, any dark corner you can imagine. Chris can tell you how to set up the filters so that you can find that dark corner. If you want to raise your ASP, you can set those filters in Keepa and start pulling 5,000 ASINs at a time. You can start reviewing those manually up to 5,000 at a time. You can start reviewing those manually. If you specifically want to find, I love items that have no bestseller rank because I think there's a large chunk of sellers that are going to kick that lead out. They're not going to want to deal with it, and they think that it doesn't sell because it's not ranked. We know that's not true. So one of my favorite settings, well, I won't give you all the settings, but I will go in and I will set the filters to no bestseller rank, but then I'll start pulling out 50 plus sold over the last 30-day badges, 100 plus sold, and those exist. They're items, there are tons of items, thousands of items that have no seller rank, but have at least a 50 plus, if not higher, sold over the last 30-day badge. Like Amazon proof that it has significant velocity. And I'll start looking at those and I'll start picking different categories and different, I'll isolate from there and I'll just pull up a whole bunch of results and I'll start just manually sourcing there. And it feels like cheating, because I know I've just eliminated a large swath of my competition because there's no seller rank. But I know for a fact Amazon told me that it's moving at a good pace.
Tell you something I did today. I did a coaching call today, which is not something I do very often, but I did one today, and a one-to-one, and I think that I may have blown someone's mind. All right. Because and they admitted, they're like, yeah, I use Keepa, but I've been in this one lane for so long, I don't, really go outside of that. And they were asking me for, places to source and how to use Keepa to do stuff like this. And I was like, listen, I was like, let me expand the areas in which you can go and source. And I showed them with Keepa that there are items in certain categories ranked 500, 600, 900,000 that have 50 or 100 verified sales from Amazon over the past month. And I think I saw this little light bulb turn on. So that's, Keepa is awesome.
And you can go in. And here's another method I'll tell you that I constantly go in a rotation. I've talked about, I talked about how I use tactical arbitrage, and I have reverse searches running at all times. And one of the I don't know, settings, one of the categories that I go through is two of them actually, but I will set settings and I'll actually go by sales price, and I'll just take 5,000 chunks of ASINs based on sales price with at least like 3 sellers, and I'll set some sales rank upper limits, and then I'll just pull out, just show me everything with 3 sellers or more. I'll eliminate some brands that I know I don't want to sell, but then I'll with a buy box between $50 and $52, or whatever gets me to the closest 5,000 chunk file that I can. I'll pull those out and I'll run those through TA, or TA, and my VAs will go through those results most of the time. Sometimes I'll do it myself, but you can go through best sellers too. if there's specific categories that you want to sell in, just set the filter to that category, pull ASINs and either do it manually, run it through a software or something like that. Yeah, there's a lot of, and remember this, because we still have 5 more Keepa specific gifts. There's still 2 more Keepa academies and 3 Keepa SOPs. Keep this conversation in mind, because it just doubles down on my point on how underrated the Keepa education is.
Absolutely. All right. Oh, hey, Big T, what's going on, man? Glad to see you're in the house.
There he is.
John, I've never sold more than 150 in a day before, and I just almost had a $500 day. Is this what Q4 is? John, welcome to your first Q4, man. Listen, whatever you were selling, I hope you can keep it in stock. And I hope that I'm seeing prices rise all over the place. So I would imagine that that's not going to be too big of a deal if it's a toy or even clothing, things like that. But yeah, welcome to Q4, man. And we're actually going to talk about that here shortly, because there's a couple of things that you guys should know to really be able to dial in and make a ton of money over the next couple of weeks. So like if everyone's willing to work like 5 weeks incredibly, insanely hard, there is a ton of money to be made. And we're going to get to that here in just a moment. Oh, Kevin, I'm sorry to hear that, man. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope everything goes well getting that removed.
Yeah, I think he had a follow-up message.
Yeah, early detection is the key. Having it removed at the Mayo Clinic. That's a good place to you're in good hands. Engine, thank you for this. I appreciate this. And I'll tell you what, we appreciate this thoroughly. And I'll tell you what we're going to do is we're going to take any kind of super sticker or donation on the actual stream. I'm going to funnel that over into Movember. I would love if you guys use the QR code or the link below the show to donate directly to them. But if you do happen to donate here or buy a sticker, whatever YouTube offers, I don't really pay attention too much. I'll make sure that all of that money gets funneled over as well. So I appreciate that. How do you follow up, JP? How do you follow up on returns to see if they were returned back to Amazon or the status they were returned? You basically have to go through your returns reports and check on them. It's not the most fun process, I can tell you that. Bob G, any advice on finding a trustworthy prep center in the UK and setting up when starting out? I'll be doing box shipments. Can't do self prep anymore due to full time and working. Unfortunately, the best way to do this is going to be to reach out to some folks who are familiar with the UK market and ask where they might suggest that you go. I have a list on my website of a bunch of prep centers, and that does include some in the UK. I just don't know any of them personally. So you're going to have to take some time. You're going to have to reach out to them, see which one is a good fit, and then get started with them. Unfortunately, there's no way to get around the work. Yeah. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you, AMZ, with me.
Thank you. Thank you.
Jay Tyndall, how does a seller make money on items below $10? This is a great question. It's actually something I actually discussed today. So the way to make money on items below $10 is just to have an incredibly low buy cost. It's not rocket surgery. Like there's no other way around it. So I was looking at an item today, and Now, this was not taking into account inbound shipping fees because I don't know what those would be for this other person. But the cost of this item was $2.50. That would be the cost. $2.50 landed. Okay. Now you're going to have some cost to ship it inbound to Amazon. My guess is you could probably get it down to around 20 cents per unit to ship it inbound to Amazon. Now that's per unit, not per box. Okay. And it was selling for like $9.98, and the price basically never changes. So, and it was a pretty fast seller, right? A little seasonal, but a pretty fast seller. Now, here's the thing. You're not going to get rich off of that one ASIN. Maybe you're going to sell 50 a month. Maybe you're going to sell 100 during the peak seasons. So you're going to put 100, maybe $150 in your pocket on those items. Okay. Every single month. But then what you do is you go find 100 of those. Right? And you build a catalog of 100 where you're spending $2.50 to make a buck. Okay. And now you've got 100 different ASINs making $100 each. And you've essentially got yourself a little ETF that just prints money every single month. Is it hard? Yeah, absolutely. Do you have to get rid of some of them sometime? Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, and I'm not going to say that this is his entire business model, but these lower priced items is exactly what one of our guests and friends of the show, Grant Douglas, does in his business. He buys a ton of items. He does a ton of volume. They're lower ROI. They're lower profit, but he sells through tens of thousands of units every single month, and then replenishes whatever he can. And you know, it's enough for a $2 million a year business, and it works.
Yep. You know, there's something to be said about you know, those little sales. They keep the wheels greased. You know,
Mhm.
and you know, they can help you pull out you know, some bad days, and you know, you can build enough, and you can outsource to make the process as easy as possible with a certain amount of volume. I certainly don't mind that sub $10. It's, you know, it definitely helps. So obviously helps the bottom line.
Yeah.
But yeah, I love that. And typically, they're pretty easy to prep and ship. You know, they tend to be
There's
the
a ton
smaller
of
items.
things. Yeah, there's a ton of things that just need a sticker, you
Hmm.
know, that are going to be in those what used to be small and light. Um, yeah. You guys should, well, no. You do and you don't want to see the things that Chris and I talk about privately. But this idea in particular is something that we've dived into quite a bit. Um,
So
let's
hey, so we can make sure we keep the questions, but we're an hour and 10 minutes in.
Mhm.
So I say we get close. Maybe should we set a timer or something for one of those 90-day
Okay,
OAC plus?
let's do it.
Um, so like we've got, this is a 15-minute timer. So I need to know who's in on one of these 90-day OAC plus memberships. Uh, if you have donated already, remind me, tell me, you know, whatever it could be, a donation made. I'd love to come hang out with you guys, something like that. Make some sort of mention of the OAC plus that you're interested, because I'm going to start picking off the comments. So if you made a donation already, remind me again, throw it in there. If you haven't made a donation yet, try to get one in before this 15-minute timer goes off, because
Mhm.
next thing we're giving away is 90 days free to the OAC plus.
I'll tell you what, I'm gonna throw a little extra caveat on. We're gonna throw this timer on right now. So you got 15 minutes here. Okay. Um, OAC, we're on a Black Friday sale right now. So you get 40% off, but normally the normal price is $100 a month. Okay. So I think that if you've donated, okay, you need to have donated at least $10. If you haven't donated yet, you need to at least donate $10. and that'll put you in the drawing for one of these. I think that's fair. $10 will get you $300 of actual what it would cost you. But then you're going to get access to $3,000 worth of courses. You're going to get 3 months with us in OAC Plus. That's going to be 3 months of Monday night sourcing with Chris, 3 months of Thursday coaching sessions with me. We've got some special guests that come in every now and again, things like that. Matter of fact, what I'm going to teach tomorrow at noon, I think is going to change the way people do business on Amazon in our group anyway. But that's exactly what we're going to be doing tomorrow. All right, let's answer a couple more questions, and then of course I've got some news as well we can get to. Jeremy, what happened to 5:30? Time flies, man. I don't want to break my arm patting ourselves on the back, but we're entertaining. Chad, yes. I keep saying this, but Storefront Stalker Pro is kind of like fishing with dynamite. Riva, did Amazon stop accepting Amazon business receipts for ungating? I know this was debated in the forums a few weeks ago. Is there any policy in print? There's not any policy in print that I'm aware of. And I have seen people get ungated with them recently. Seems like they're having a little more trouble with business receipts for things like inauthentic, but they're still working. Especially on the ones where Amazon says, you need 50 units if you're buying Amazon stuff. All right, Bob G, you've got a good question here. What is the fastest way to get to 200 sales? I want to reach this threshold so I can get ungated on more brands and products. Don't mind any model or sourcing method. There's a very simple way to get to 200 sales. Sell stuff at a loss. And I'm not joking here, okay? I'm not making fun of you or joking or anything like that. But honestly, find something that moves incredibly fast, okay? And make it hurt as little as possible. Now, I don't know that 200 sales is going to be the thing that gets you out of what Chris likes to call the sandbox, but let's just say for academic purposes that is the case. You get to $200 sales, okay? And you are now able to get ungated. Auto ungating opens up and, things like that. Well, now what you need to think about is, what is the value of that? Okay. Is that worth $50? Is that worth $500? Is that worth $5,000? And then now you've got a baseline of, okay, this is what I'm willing to lose to make X possible. All right. Now, what's on the other side of X needs to be positive. You need to be able to make up for any of that loss. But let's say, for example, that you go and find, you're in the UK. So let's just say that there's a tin of beans that sells really well on Amazon. All right. Well, you go and you find this tin of beans at Tesco. And every time you sell this tin of beans, you're going to lose a quarter. Okay. I don't know is that a loony in the UK? I don't know what they call it over there. But you're going to lose a quarter. Okay. And you sell 200 of those. So you've just lost what? What is that? $150 or something like that? I don't know. I don't know what the math is, and I'm not doing it with real money in the UK anyway. It's got the Queen's face on it, so it doesn't count.
We didn't even advertise public math. Like that's
right.
That's a secret addition to this special show.
But so you're going to lose a little money, but you're going to get those 200 sales. if I knew that that's what was going to get me to be able to get ungated easier, I would do that all day. Okay. However, you're probably ungated enough that you don't even need to sell things at a loss. You just need to find some things that do sell fast and go deep on some of them. Just and make it cheap. We used to tell people when people were merchant fulfilling items, um, uh, I'm impressed by your knowledge of beans in our UK supermarket. I am a man of culture, if nothing else. Um, but uh, let's say for example that or back in the day, we used to tell people like, hey, if you have a little bad run of merchant fulfilled items, just go buy uh some Kool-Aid packets and sell Kool-Aid packets. You'd buy them for, I don't know, 15 cents at the store, and you bundle them up into packets of 6, and you could sell through, 50 or 100 of those in a day and get your rating back up really quick. I would do the same thing here.
You know what? I don't think it's too late. Another option to just get inventory dirt cheap, and to the point where, because getting it as cheap as possible obviously gives you the luxury of, if you have to liquidate it, so what? You got to imagine outlet stores we're probably at the point now where Halloween candy is down to like 25 cents a bag. If
Gotta
you
be
go
getting close.
if you go hunting around for those, you could probably find some leftover. And I remember at I don't know if Tesco is going to be like that, but Walmart will just put basically like pallets in the middle of the floor, and they
Mhm.
just look like mini Gaylords almost, and it's just full of whatever they had left over, and they're
Candy
liquidating
corn
this
from
stuff.
1972.
Well, fun fact, all of the candy corn ever made was made in 1923, and all they do is, when no one eats it except Luke and a couple other old people, they just sweep it up and put it back in the bags and then repackage it for the next year. So, fun fact, all candy corn is at least 102 years old. Taste test proves it too. Uh, Anywho, but just go grab just clearance. I mean, 25 cents. I remember the one. God, I think it was after Easter, and it was like mid-May. I found a pallet of Brock's jelly beans, and they were 25 cents a pop, and I bought a ton of them. And is it silly to sell jelly beans, and as we approach summer, in late spring moving into summer? Not according to my sales data. you know uh I make the joke all the time of how much money I've made off of selling selling candy canes in February. You know, certain people, they get a hankering for something, and Amazon sells absolutely everything. And there's a whole population of people that go searching for this stuff during months and periods of time where it doesn't make any sense and they shouldn't be available. But that's where we are meeting supply and demand. Obviously, it is much lower than before Christmas with candy canes, and it's you know obviously the demand, we're past the demand point for Halloween candy, but it does sell.
Mhm.
So that's not a bad strategy either, is to get super cheap.
Yeah.
So
And Christy, you're absolutely right. Candy canes all year round. All year round.
mhm.
Candy canes in June easily. Um, okay. Ryan, would you guys want to get into some tactical Keepa sourcing in conjunction with Amazon going out of stock and an increase in buy box price? Yes. So I'll tell you what, I don't have my pen and paper handy here. So let me just grab a little picture of that. And we're gonna do that on a Thursday coaching call, is what we'll do there. Yeah, Hustler, that's amazing. That's awesome. Oh, Stacy, that is killer. I love no BSR. 3 of my top 10 listings have no BSR.
Yep, and they're probably in your top 10 because of that built-in moat, just that belief, that false belief that a lot of sellers are going to have about sales rank. Good for you.
Oh, Joe, I am so sorry to hear this, man. I did not know that.
No, I'm sorry, Joe.
If you guys don't know Joe or Joe Mazan, great follow, especially over on Instagram. Fascinating business model. Having a retail store inside of a mall. Now we'll have to, Joe, we'll have to have you on the pod, but I'm sorry to hear that, man. Corey, it's a Christmas miracle. Corey is gonna 100% retiring from the anti-repricer community after Q4. I took some L's that can be attributed to having no repricer and trying to do too much. I don't know what to say. It's not often that I find myself with no words. And this is close to one of those times. The reason I say that is I have things that I want to say, but I'm not sure that with a larger crowd than normal today, that people would find them as funny as we might find them when it's a little bit of a smaller crowd. But Corey, good for you, man. Now I'll tell you what, you better use one of my affiliate links, daggone it, if you're going to get a repricer, as much crap as we've given you. Debbie, I have some products from a brand I buy from directly. And guys, just a little heads up, 2 minutes, little under, or almost 2 minutes until we do this next giveaway, which is going to be 90 days of OAC Plus. Remember, you just got to donate $10 or more. There's a QR code up here. There's a link in the show notes. There's a banner right here. It's Movember.com/M/Chris Rasick. All right. So, Debbie, I have some products from a brand I buy from directly that my price is between 70 cents and $1.40. Shipping to the U.S. plus duty adds 28%, but I sell them for $9.99 with about 35% margin. That's beautiful.
All right, 90 seconds before we give away the 90 days free to OAC Plus.
Yep, 90 seconds, guys. Let's see here. Syed, I appreciate that. Can't pay back what we've learned in OAC Plus. Thank you. Corey, I'll tell you what, you get a repricer and you'll have some time to do OA with us.
Right.
Jay Tyndall, I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that. Polly, good question here. Where can I find the report in Seller Central of how many items I've sold? So there are 2 reports that you could look at depending on what you want to see. But the easiest one, if you just want to know how many units you've sold and how much product you've sold by day, I would go to the business reports and look at your sales and traffic. There we go. All right. Time is up on that one. Pop this back over here. Chris, I'll give you the honor, sir.
All right. So thank you, everyone that donated before, everyone that will donate. Thank you so much again. We've got, as of right now, just to give you a count, total donations now $2,615. That's awesome, and we're not even 90 minutes into the show. Thank you so much. Getting the donations. Thanks for the shout outs. You know what, Joe Mazan, I mean, how powerful is that? A guy that, he found out too late, and he's telling you early detection. He's kind of giving you the answer key to it. Because the thing is, delay equals damage, right? 62% of men delay seeing a doctor for 6 days or more after noticing symptoms. By the time they go, the problem's often worse. And that's just the average, right? Some wait a lot longer, some wait only a couple days, but you're increasing the risk. Movember's push for awareness and early detection can literally save lives, right? Early beats late every single time. And this isn't, we're not talking about, huge obstacles, big hurdles to overcome in getting checked. It's just it's a state of mind, and that's the power in the awareness part of this. It's not only just the programs, and the money and the funding for the actual physical programs, the tangible things. It's talking about it. It's us being on the show and us repeating these messages to help get your mind around it. Don't rub some dirt on it. Don't take an aspirin, a glass of water, and take a nap. Just go get it checked. I can't stress how important that is. So 90 days, the first 90 days, OAC Plus, it'd be fitting to have Amazon help us a little bit, wouldn't it? So let's, Alexa, give me a random letter of the alphabet.
Your random letter is F.
F.
Perfect for all your alphabet emergencies.
All right, I skip the narrative. Thank you. All right, so we're looking at the letter F. So I'm going to find somebody with an F in their first or last name, and I'm scrolling through the donation page on
You're on the hunt for someone with an F in their name. There are tons of
Alexa.
options.
Stop. Dismissed. Sorry about that.
F is for friggin' Tony G, is what Big T says. F is for friggin' Tony G.
I had, back in my bachelor days, we used to have one of the guys that we ran with was Effin' Tony. Like that was his name. Like even my grandmother called him that. Like that's just
so funny.
Yeah. So some shout outs as I'm going through. I might as well shout you guys out here. 5507 Logistics, thank you so much. Jermaine Pert, thank you. Ekaterina, thank you. Becky Lloyd, appreciate you. Anonymous donor with the $35, thank you. JP, appreciate you, my man. Kiki, awesome, thank you so much. David Smicker, thank you. Joel Morell, appreciate you. Heather doubling down. Can't thank you enough. I really, really appreciate that. Jim McKinney, Syed, appreciate you. Ursi, where's Ursi at? I haven't talked to you. I haven't seen you around in a while, I think. All right, and these are names that I already shouted out. I didn't find any Fs. Keep going here. Damn, there wasn't a single F. All right, Alexa, pick a different letter of the alphabet.
Your new letter is X. Now that's a challenge.
Come
You
on.
need to get creative with names like Xavier, Jimena, or folks with last names like Fox or Cox.
How about a different letter? This isn't working out the way I thought it would.
Your new letter is J. That's much more manageable than X. You've got plenty of options like Jennifer, Jackson,
Alexa,
Johnson.
stop. Getting chatty. All right. I just happened to stop on it. Jan Caps. You got 90 days free to the OAC Plus.
Perfect.
You were one of the early donations. Thank you so much. You jumped on it very quickly. Keep it warm. There's still 2 more of those memberships to go. And we haven't even gotten to the real big stuff. Like there's one-on-one coaching, a couple of those.
Yeah. And we're an hour and a half into this. I mean, we should have a bit of a crescendo. Yeah, if and we've got a lot more to give away too. So we may have to pick up the pace here.
Well, I tell you what, as I was scrolling through, I saw it. Let's give Big Jim Keepa SOP if we can.
Keep SOPs for Big Jim.
Yeah. Justin, I thought when he said the letter J, I was like, oh, but then I was scrolling and I saw Jan. So, but yeah, I knew that was you were in the running there.
All right, we got Jim down for Keepa SOPs. Okay, here is and everybody just reach out to me. Jim, you know how to get a hold of me. Jan, shoot me an email, chris@cleartheshelf.com. Let me know what you won. I'll get that over to you. Okay, get you access. Jan, yeah. Okay. So I want to get to a little bit of news. Okay. And then once we do this next piece of news, I think here's what we're going to do. I thought one of the best things that we were going to give away was going to be either the Monday night sourcing sessions or some coaching with Chris and I, but Steve overshadowed us. Steve is honestly probably smarter than Chris and I put together. And he's doing a 1 hour coaching call. So here's what we're going to do. All right. We're going to auction this off. It's going to start at $100. Okay. We're going to start at $100 and you just put into the chat now. Don't start yet. Okay. We're going to do this after the news. And we're going to give everybody 15 minutes to decide what it's worth for their business. All right. And really think about what an hour of time with Steve, who, yeah, he's very, very smart. But on top of that, the guy runs a multi-million-dollar Amazon business. He runs an RA Leads group, which I happen to be in. It's incredible. He runs a Toys Are Gold group, helping people learn what toys to hold, which is also really good. I'm not in that one. But think about the multiple that investment can turn into. Okay. And so we're going to auction off an hour of Steve's time. And we're going to start that auction at $100. And I think the highest bidder gets it. Okay. So, and we'll do a 15-minute auction for that. But first, a little bit of news. Okay. According to the National Retail Federation, and this is like the third time I've reported on similar items like this, holiday sales are expected to top $1 trillion for the first time, according to the National Retail Federation. Now, we've talked about all of these growth rates, et cetera, and so on. Okay. But retail sales during November and December, this is both online and in store, are expected to reach $1 trillion for the first time, according to the National Retail Federation. That translates to growth of between 3.7 and 4.2% year over year during this 2-month period. Now that compares to a 4.3% increase over 2024, when holiday sales reached $976 billion. Consumers will spend an average of $890.49 each over the holiday, constituting the second highest amount in the 23-year history of the survey. Now, the NRF's calculations exclude automobile dealers, gasoline stations, and restaurants. And the president of NRF, or National Retail Federation, said American consumers may be cautious in sentiment, yet remain fundamentally strong and continue to drive U.S. economic activity. We remain bullish about the holiday shopping season and expect that consumers will continue to seek savings in non-essential categories to be able to spend on gifts for loved ones. This is insane. $1 trillion in 2 months is nuts. If you're bullish on the consumer, if you're bullish on Amazon, if you're bullish on retail in general, now's not the time. Now is not the time. It's insane.
Yep. Yeah, this is this sounds, I don't know. There are people that'll call this, contrived or artificial cheerleading or something like that. But we have a set of circumstances going on, and this is specific to Amazon. Where this Q4, the money is being concentrated from the calendar perspective. Right. The Prime Days in October didn't draw holiday spending. They were successful. They were high revenue. It was a high revenue sales event, but it wasn't holiday spending. Right. That's being held off. So now you have this crimped hose that's about to burst. Couple that with a decrease in the amount of sellers. Right. A lot of the Amazon Twitter it's quieter than it used to be. I don't, you can argue whether it's higher quality with the quieter, with less voices. I'm not sure I would argue against that, but it's not the shiny new object anymore, right? And enough of that negativity, kind of stuck around, and a lot of the tire kickers went away. Right. And the data proves it. There's more market share for us, the ones who are treating this like a serious business instead of some sort of get rich quick scheme. So you have less competition, and you have all of this money that's about to be spent. We've said it now for a few weeks that we think that probably the middle or the back half of Q4 is probably going to be the biggest chunk. So if you're just getting a taste of it now, or maybe even if you think it's a little bit slow, don't give up. Stick with it, because all of the economic indicators and a lot of the data that's coming in from all the sources that we read and keep tabs on is telling us that the biggest orange bars are probably still yet to come.
Mm-hmm. And I'll tell you why I said that we were going to start. Said we're going to start this auction. Okay. As soon as we get this auction kicked off, I've got some news to back up what Chris just said, and I'm going to share that, and then we'll answer your guys' questions. But before I hit this play button here on this timer, we're going to auction this off. Okay. We're going to start the auction at $100 because the time with Steve is incredibly valuable if you ask him questions and get incredibly tactical about your business. It should easily be a massive multiple of whatever you spend on this. Okay. So what you got to do is you just need to let us know in the comments what you are willing to donate. You don't have to donate right yet. We're going to have to verify the donation before you get the actual prize, but you have to let us know in the comments here how much you're going to donate. We're going to start off at $100. Okay. And I'll tell you what, I'm going to cheat. All right. the first $100 is coming from me out of my personal pocket to talk with Steve. Okay. So 105, 101. That's fine. John's got it for 101. All right. Let me hit the start button here. Okay.
Now,
You got 15 minutes.
as far
Okay.
as the actual donations, if someone has donated already, can they bid and just make up the difference with what they've already donated? Is that fair?
Sure. I think that's fair.
Okay.
I think that's
So
fair.
these aren't actual donations, right? You're telling us what you will bid in the comments, and then if you've already donated, I've got a log of that already. You can donate the difference to make up if you end up with the winning bid for this coaching hour.
So I'd love to be able to be an auctioneer and speak like them. That would be a wonderful talent that I would rarely use, but we're up to 101. Okay. So 102 gets it. And so on. You guys have 14 minutes to decide what this is worth to you. We got 150 from Heather, 150 to Heather.
There you
It's
go.
fantastic. Okay. All right. Let's talk a little bit more. Well, you guys remember, you can make up the difference of what you donated. Okay. I know that Heather's donated already, so she might have some difference to make up there. I don't know. I didn't keep track of how much, but that's all you got to do. Okay.
Chris, before we get to this news piece,
Mhm.
just a, like added perspective of how valuable this is. How much does coaching cost normally? Like if you popped it into a Google search, what kind of price tags are we looking at?
Well, I mean, it is all over the place, but I can tell you in the Amazon space, the least expensive that I've seen from someone who I would pay for coaching is about 350 an hour. Like it, and I know I understand not wanting to necessarily pay for this kind of thing. How am I going to really get value out of it? But I'm going to tell a little bit of a story. I'm going to try to be very, very careful here. Okay. Because I don't know what can be said, what can't be said. Um, Steve is an order of magnitude smarter than I am. Okay. Um, but I have done a little bit of coaching for people. And there's one person in particular who took a conversation that we had and it took them from one spot in their business that they thought they were stuck in. And I mean, it like doubled or tripled their business. And the call was an hour. Okay. Um, I have to be very, very careful, but they're doing something right now that most people would say is impossible for an arbitrage business. I wish that I could get into more, but I just can't. I need to keep this person's confidence, but they are working on something right now that in the arbitrage space, every single private label supremacist would say that is not possible. And it is 100%. They're doing something that like a lot of people dream about. Um, and it's going to be cool. And I can't wait until it's all finalized and everything. And like, maybe I can talk about it because it's a cool thing. And Steve, like I said, is an order of magnitude smarter than I am. So, and Tony, you can bid what you already donated. Yes. Yeah, and if it's under that one, if it's under 150, then you just need to make up the difference. So, but yeah, absolutely. And yeah, Jim, I did already donate 100, but I thought that would be unfair. Or I already donated 1,000, but I thought that'd be unfair. So I started at 100, an extra 100 out of my own pocket. And Chris, I think I may have jumped in while you were talking, or maybe jumped over you while you were talking about what it would be worth to talk to Steve.
No, I wanted your input on what what the retail price tag of something this would be, just put it in perspective, because you said the cheapest is $350 an hour, but think of it in the context of how we're giving it away. You know, this is actually going to a good cause. This is going to be put towards saving lives. You know, so it's not it's above and beyond simply shelling out whatever the winning bid ends up being for coaching. You know, there's a very big extra benefit. So
Absolutely. Yeah. And guys, remember, donations are tax deductible. I believe that November is a 501c3. So rather than give that money to Uncle Sam, you can give it to a good cause and increase the size of your business. Talking to someone with a big brain. All right, we're going to talk one more piece of news. Answer a couple of questions I saw come through there. You guys have just under 10 minutes to come up with how much you're going to donate for that time with Steve. All right. So we talked about how much people are going to spend this Q4. Chris talked a little bit about timing. Okay. Consumers have their doubts about holiday shipping. Only 1 in 3 consumers have a high degree of confidence that they're going to receive holiday packages by the delivery date, right? More than half, now this is 53% of consumers across Australia and New Zealand, France, Germany, and the Middle East, and the UK and the US expect holiday packages to arrive within 2 to 4 days. Only 34 are very confident about the delivery date. Now, as a result of this, 78% of people who responded to this particular global consumer holiday shipping survey are planning to shop at least 3 to 4 weeks in advance. So you heard Chris talk about that rubber band that's being pulled back right now. Well, now we've got an idea of when we should expect this rubber band to snap. It's the first 2 weeks of December. We've got 3 more weeks for this rubber band to be pulled back yet. And we've got Black Friday. We've got Cyber Monday coming. There's going to be a little bit of relief then. Okay. But these sales are going to continue through those first 2 weeks of December easily. All right. Still going to be money spent after that. There are always last minute shoppers, but this is when we're going to start seeing some real volume. All right. And there's more to this. Okay. But first, Big T is in for 200. All right. Big T is in for 200. So we're up to 200 for Steve's time. All right. There are some other findings from this global consumer holiday shipping survey. 86% of respondents prefer to ship gifts for those who are outside of their households directly from retailers. Gen Z and millennials significantly favor direct shipping over Gen X, which is 83%, and baby boomers at 76%. 40% of respondents in the U.S. aren't willing to pay any additional cost for expedited shipping. All right. Now, the takeaway right here is actually something that you can use in your business. Okay. There are 40% of people who don't want to pay anything additional for expedited shipping. You can set up shipping templates if you want to do any merchant fulfilled, okay, where you can offer expedited shipping in very small areas where it's not really going to cost you anything extra, okay? You know, some southern states, or even I could just offer expedited shipping just in Florida. That's going to be your 1 to 2 day shipping. I could do that in Florida with ground advantage for most things, okay? Very, very easy to do and be able to get a higher percentage of merchant fulfilled sales because you set up your shipping template appropriately. Okay. All right. Let's see here. More than half of respondents are willing to use in-store pickup to receive their online purchases faster, followed by 42% at locker pickup. We're up to 230, guys. We're up to 230 with about 5 minutes left over here. All right. And 56% of respondents are willing to bundle purchases to minimize the environmental impact of shipping, while 34% are open to slower shipping options to reduce emissions, etc. This is only something that people deep in e-commerce would be interested in, but I think that there are some tactical takeaways from this.
Yeah, it's interesting. I thought Luke was being a bit of a wet blanket there for a minute, but that's actually a legitimate question, is the timing of these respondents. What does this take into account? Because it's, the tactical advantage that you can get makes a difference. Either could be a little bit stronger depending on what was going on when these people were asked, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And I would imagine that this was before. This was to put together a survey this big. It probably took months to put this together.
Yeah, that was my assumption, which only makes the advantage that much stronger, I would think.
Yeah. All right, we got 3 minutes here. Let's power through any questions here. I see someone asked, and I don't know exactly where it is, but someone asked, what is Amazon Twitter? Well, on Twitter, there's a bunch of niches. Okay. There's money Twitter, and Amazon Twitter is kind of a sub niche of money Twitter, where, Amazon sellers kind of hang around and kind of all know each other, know of each other in the Amazon space. And, it says you're an Amazon seller in your bio and stuff like that. We kind of all find each other. And so Amazon Twitter is where we all hang out. There's real estate Twitter, there's AI Twitter, there's all these niches that people kind of ascribe themselves to.
Yeah. And not to mention the customization that you can do with Twitter.
Yes.
It's not the most popular social media platform, but in my opinion, it's the easiest to navigate and filter the content that you want to see. I think they do that better than pretty much anything else that I've had experience with. You can build lists. I have used to be called TweetDeck, but I think it's Pro. It's X Pro or something, or Pro.x, something like that. And big T. But you can actually build lists, and you can actually put specific people on these lists. And in my TweetDeck, I have a column just for people that talk about Amazon, people that I've chosen, and it's just a dedicated feed with the topic of my choice, in this case, Amazon FBA. So, that's I can actually filter through. I can actually customize and only look at literally Amazon Twitter, Amazon FBA Twitter. So we are sub 2 minutes. What are we at?
2 minutes.
2:30.
Sub 2 minutes. We're at 2:30, guys. 2:30. Jim, very kind of you, sir. Very kind of you to say that. Thank you.
Right.
Let's see here. Yeah, Hustler. I've done a few one-on-ones with Kim, of Kim and Perry. Won't say their price, but after my first one-on-one, my business definitely elevated. Yeah. That is, that's the thing. I am a huge proponent of paying to shortcut my knowledge based on what other people have done. Matter of fact, literally 10 minutes before we started this live today, I spent $100 on a course from a guy who's literally a rocket scientist. And he made a course on ADHD for entrepreneurs. And then I also made the joke, what's the over under on me focusing long enough to get through the course? But if I can shortcut my knowledge from someone else, I'm all about paying for it. So we're down to 34 seconds. We've got $230 on the table. AMZ with me is at 260, coming in and sniping. We got 20 seconds left. We're at 260. All right, 260.
All right. This is an hour with Steve French, right?
Yeah,
And just to
260.
stress, like the example that you gave, not only this is still a bargain, this is an extreme bargain at even the 260. But
Yeah.
the key point that you were talking about with this coaching is the one-on-one, being able to focus on your problem specifically, right? You can actually you have the time to stretch out and explain your situation and have someone doing millions diagnose your specific problem. And that's at the key of the story that you told. You just unlocked it. A fresh set of eyes is so powerful. They call it what is it? Solomon's paradox. I heard Daniel Pink talk about Solomon's paradox, and it's King Solomon from the Bible, right? He was known as the wisest man alive at the time. During his time, people would come from all over for advice because it was so good, because he was so wise. King Solomon, in his personal life, it was kind of a mess. He had issues with his kids, issues with his family. So it's the concept of being too close to the situation yourself, and you can't back out of it. It's kind of like a situation. I think we've all had, someone in our group of friends that was dating somebody that was just completely wrong for them. And everyone knew it except that person because they were in the middle of it. Right. I love the concept. There was an example that I read about this that it said, if you want to know as much as you can about the ocean, don't ask a scuba diver, ask an oceanographer, because the oceanographer is looking at it as a whole. The scuba diver is in it. They've got some real experience, they've got it on their fingertips, but they're only in one spot, So I thought that was a great example I thought that was great business advice.
Absolutely.
So,
okay.
all right.
We've got a bit of a conundrum here, Chris, and I'm going to let you make the decision on this. Okay. Technically, I saw the timer go off, and when I saw the timer go off, we were at AMZ with me at 260. And after that timer went off, then we had a slew of people coming in. Now, here's where the difficulty lies. Okay. I know what I saw. And do we honor that or there we go.
I think we just checked Louis' prostate by accident.
Yes, we did. So, or is it based on what other people saw? Because there is going to be a delay in what they saw compared to what I saw. So that's the decision we got to make here.
Like I don't want to make any enemies. And I saw the timer go off and I didn't stop talking, right? The point wasn't the timer. The point was the donation, right? So that's the way I was leaning.
Okay.
I wasn't under the impression that the timer was the absolute hard cutoff.
All right.
Do you want to set another?
No, I think you're spot on. So this goes to Jim at 375. Goes to Jim at 375.
I was a little long-winded. My story lasted longer than the timer, so that's on me. I'm sorry if the timing of it was what you were going on or what the bidders were going on. I am sorry.
All right, let me pop that one in there, and we got Jim in here. Okay, there we go. All right, we're 2 hours in. We promised 3 hours. We'll go longer if you guys will hang with us. It looks like we've got a good crowd here. So like we'll keep going here. Okay.
So we, Chris, we are hit a little bit of a stagnation here. We've been sitting at 26.35 is the total raise so far.
Mhm.
So I'd like to shake it loose a little bit. Rightfully so. That was an important prize they were giving away. I think it pumped the brakes on the donations.
Yes.
So how about, can we get right back into it and maybe do something based on a small donation, right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Um, can
Let's
we give something away and somebody just say it's a brand new $5 donation or more? Can you throw in your favorite nickname for a mustache? Flavor Saver and Lip Duster, whatever, Jaren.
I like it. So let's do this. Let's do a giveaway for an Amazon to Amazon challenge replay. Okay. We're gonna go 5 minutes because we still have a ton of these to do. You throw in what you said, $5. You throw in five
Yeah.
bucks or more right now, okay? And just throw a donation in there, $5, throw your name in there, and in 5 minutes, we'll give away an Amazon to Amazon Flips challenge. All right,
Yeah.
$5 or more from 7:32 or later is what we got. Okay.
All right. And make sure and throw a comment in there. Just it makes it that much easier to pick somebody after this 5 minutes is up. We're over 2 hours now, and we haven't even talked about suicide prevention, which is weighs pretty heavily on my mind. It's
Mhm.
probably at the top of the list. So if you don't mind, I want to talk about that a little bit.
Absolutely.
Um,
I'll be honest, as a parent, this is perhaps my biggest fear.
yeah. And look, this is you know eh, my opinions and whatnot, and what I'm about to say. Don't let it rub you the wrong way. But this is just a collection of thoughts based on what I've been reading, what I've been consuming, and being the father of two boys. So I want to paint a picture of why I am concerned for young men today. Number one, this conversation could start and end with this sentence because my two oldest boys are 22 and 18. Okay. That's far and away the number one reason. But also, I think about them a lot. Any story I have, my girls are in middle school and then second grade. My youngest is in second grade. And there are really disturbing stories coming out of young kids. Um, and it's not just kids, but that's what's top of mind with me is my children. And I see a world that's changing from what I grew up in, and it's foreign to me. And I have a lot of pressure on myself to figure this out and be the dad that they need me to be and facilitate them being healthy and successful and everything that they need, everything that they should be, right? So specifically about young men though, and my boys, consider this, and this is going to get heavy. I apologize in advance, but please just let me try to connect these dots for you. And this, a lot of this is borrowed from Scott Galloway. I just started reading his book, Notes on Being a Man. I'm very interested in um, how we define masculinity moving forward, right? You hear the term toxic masculinity a lot, and I don't have an issue with that. There were a lot of very poorly behaved men that took advantage of situations in the past, and it gets back to the mindset that we were talking about. Don't just rub some dirt on it. Don't just suck it up, and it goes along with that theme. So. But the thing with therapy is I don't mind tearing things down. Like you see toxic masculinity. My wife has a shirt with it on there. So one of her podcasts mentions it all the time. But good therapy breaks you down but then also gives you the tools to put yourself back together. And I'm not sure that toxic masculinity and pointing out behaviors that need to change and modernize, if you can, I'm not sure we have all the pieces. I don't hear anyone talking about how to be a good man. You see this alpha male stuff, which is concerning. It doesn't seem healthy. I think but I think that's jumped in because there's a void, because no one's championing how to be a good man, a good person who's a male today. This is what I do in my free time. It's but so listen to this. I want to give you some data, right? And this is alarming. There's two things converging. There's one, we got to talk about the economy. The number of young men between the ages of 20 and 24, I have a son in that range, who are neither in school nor working, has tripled since 1980. Okay. Nearly 60% of men aged 18 to 24, both of my boys fall in there, still live with their parents. By the age of 30, young males aged 30 or younger, 1 in 5 still live at home, right? Part of this issue, and I'm not saying I'm not offering a solution, but I'm just kind of pointing out the data. Part of this is the simple fact: wages haven't kept up with inflation. Okay, that's just a fact. We're not getting political. I'm not trying to be divisive here. And it's kind of geared towards the rich getting richer, and the wealthy getting wealthier. There's the middle class is at a bit of a disadvantage. They don't have a lot of representation, in my opinion. And I'll offer this as proof. The two biggest tax deductions in the tax code right now are the mortgage interest deduction and capital gains. Okay. Who makes money selling assets for the capital gains advantage? It's older generations. Younger generations make their money with sweat, right? The mortgage interest deduction, who owns homes? Older generations, okay? And I actually saw a stat that said boomers own 35% of the real estate, but yet they only make up 20% of the population. It's some math that doesn't necessarily math. Who are the renters? The younger generations, right? And it's well documented what affordability is in the housing market, right? And I don't want to harp on this, but the point is older generations are now 70% wealthier than they were 40 years ago. On the flip side, people under the age of 40 are 24% poorer than they were 40 years ago. Okay. I understand that they might feel that the game is rigged, fewer opportunities. They're carrying a ton of debt, a lot more debt than previous generations were. And there's not a lot of financial security. There used to be there was an expected social contract that older generations could rely on that played out as true. And that was if you went to school and you studied hard, you could work and retire, and you'd be better off than your parents. That was kind of like an unspoken social contract, and that's not true anymore. You can't rely on that. And I lay that all out there to explain that a significant portion of these young males unplug, right? They don't want to play a game that they can't win, right? The other side of that, so that's the economic portion of it. The other thing, what do young men focus on? What do they obsess over, right? Money, and the other part's sex most of the time, right? Get this, 45% of men ages 18 to 25 have never approached a woman in person. I'll say that again. 45% of men aged 18 to 25 have never asked a woman out. And that's not judgment. That's a signal, right? That's telling us, and this is going to display how far we've drifted away from real world connections. That's where I'm going with this. More math that doesn't math. 1 in 3 men under the age of 30 are in a relationship. However, 2 in 3 women under the age of 30 are in a relationship. How is that mathematically possible, right? That's possible because women are dating older, and above their socioeconomic class because they're looking for economic status and they're looking for financial security. And the video game player in mom's basement who vapes all day and plays video games, it's not a lot of competition, right? So what's the result of that? I have some information on dating apps. The top 10% of men, this is subjective based on, I don't know how you judge attractiveness, but the top 10% of men on dating apps receive nearly 90% of all the swipe rights. So that leaves 90% of guys on there just invisible, right? So what does that do? That's yet another disheartening figure. Even more important, 15% of men report having no close friends. 0. 15%. That's 1 in 7 men say they have no close friends. That's no one to call, no one to check on them if they're spiraling into a bad place. We're watching a generation withdraw from the social world, right? Relationships, they feel unwinnable. They feel unattainable and then unwinnable. So think about the temptation. And then throw in the facts with the stock market, right? 75% of the gains in the stock market are from what they call the Magnificent 10, right? And they're primarily social media and AI, right? So you have these companies who have a vested interest in their massive wealth trying to get you to pull back, right? And keep you on their platforms, right? There's no friction on social media. There's no friction in AI. So you have economic frustration, you have romantic frustration. It's not a good place for young men. That's why I'm concerned about my sons. In these digital worlds, they offer comfort, they offer control, they offer dopamine, right? Cheap dopamine. There's even there are lawsuits now on AI. There was a 16-year-old boy, I believe his name was Adam. It was in Florida. He had months worth of messages with ChatGPT explaining, being forthright about his suicidal tendencies. There's a mother that said her 14-year-old son died after spending day and night talking to an AI companion. And that's where we are. Young men, right, wrong, indifferent. I'm not. We're not going to talk about solutions to the circumstance that they're in, but they are outsourcing intimacy to machines and a digital world, and it's turning into a crisis. And that's why Movember matters. If you walk into a morgue in the United States and you see 5 bodies, the 4 of them are going to be men. 4 out of 5 suicides in the U.S. are males. And when you think about it, we talked about early detection when we were talking about prostate cancer and how easy that is. It's a simple blood test. Suicide prevention can come down to 3 simple words, and they are, how are you? And wait for, and let them answer you, and invite the answer. We have this bottled up, and people don't have someone to talk to, or the people that they talk to are machines, and they're vying for our attention, right? This terrifies me, Chris. Because you don't necessarily put the pieces together. You don't realize that you could have seen it coming until it's too late.
Mhm.
I don't know. This is this. You hear stories of these kids, right? When I try to teach empathy to my children, sometimes older family members too, I came up with the saying that I think makes perfect sense, and it was the hardest thing anyone has ever been through is the hardest thing anyone has ever been through. We have this, there's almost like this judgment, like, oh, you're going through this. I had this happen to me. That's nothing. You'll be fine. That's not helpful. Okay. Because the worst thing that's ever happened to someone is the worst thing that has ever happened to them. Okay. You don't get to judge them on how they handle it. Just be helpful. Be an active listener to what they need to say. It can make a world of difference.
Absolutely. Yeah, 100%. And I mean, this goes for Ben, and I don't want to be someone who tries to sit here and preach like I know everything about parenting, but I was thoroughly affected a couple of weeks ago because here in the county that I live in Seminole County, uh, 3 kids, all high school age, who did not know each other, 3 different schools, all took their lives within the same week. Um, and one, not only did it make me hug my kids a little bit tighter and maybe even irritate them that evening, uh, but it also made me realize how important it is for your own kids and especially your boys, because it is so much more accepted to just say I'm good, and pass that on
Mhm.
to your kids. But to foster like an open and I hate the word safe space, but an open and safe ability to have a conversation about anything and everything, whether that
Mhm.
is thoughts, whether that is, what happened at school, what people are feeling, that kind of stuff. And I'm not saying that every instance is um could be remedied or found out early, because of course that's not the case, but I think a lot of them could be. And a lot of senseless
Mhm.
tragedies could be overcome uh with people being willing to just talk and get their face out of their phone and listen to each other, um,
Yeah.
and actually care for just a minute. I mean,
Yeah.
that might be all someone needs, is for you to care for just a minute.
Yeah.
Um, so,
I have to constantly remind myself, and I mentioned this before. We've even joked about it in a different context, but I have to remind myself that their prefrontal cortex hasn't fully developed yet.
mhm,
And and I'm first 2 children are boys, next 2 children are girls. Um, so you talk about a culture shift, um, and to say I don't know how to be a girl dad is an understatement, right? But I only bring that up because, um, boy, they can have some dramatic catastrophes, and well, and anybody who's been around a toddler, like you see the crying faces, and it's like, well, why is the baby crying? Because I said no when he or she tried to eat dog food. Like, it doesn't take much to set them off. And I joke, but there's a bigger point because they say youth is wasted on the young, and that's true because at the core of that cliche is the fact that they haven't had time to appreciate everything that life can bring. You know, they think about all the joys, of fatherhood and professional accomplishments and stuff, and everything that the happiness that we've had as adults. They don't have that view yet. They don't have a well-rounded view. And that crisis is everything. So it's very tough to balance the fact that I have to calm them down, but I can't like just lean on the fact like this is not a big deal, like that advice is, this isn't going to matter next week. That's only a small consolation because it matters a whole bunch right now, and if they get the wrong voice or they don't get to work through their feelings, which is also what children have trouble with figuring out how to process these emotions. um if they get the wrong voice or they get the wrong interpretation, I'm terrified of what can happen.
mhm. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, this is some of these numbers are absolutely crazy to me. It's
Mhm.
unfortunate, and I don't know what the macro solution is, but I certainly hope that this trend reverses. I don't know what it's going to take for the trend to reverse. But I mean, like we said earlier, I think the biggest thing is trying to do a little bit better on each one of our own parts, and hopefully that works at scale. Yeah. All right. So we're going to give away an Amazon to Amazon Flips challenge for anybody who donated $5 or more in the past, I don't know, since 7:30 or 7:32 or so. So in the past 15 minutes. And we'll get some donations running through here again. And while Chris looks, I'm going to run through and take a look and see if there's any questions that we can answer for you guys. And again, if you guys have questions about Amazon, about you just want our opinion on something, we're here to help any way we can.
All right. Where is Michael Torres?
Michael Torres, that's the winner for the Amazon to Amazon Flips challenge?
That is the winner, yes.
All right. Let me just pop my note in here.
There he is. Thank you, Michael.
Hey, yeah, appreciate that, man. All right. So, Michael, what I'm going to need you to do is just shoot me an email and let me know that you won the 808 Flips Challenge, and I will get that taken care of for you. My email is chris@cleartheshelf.com. Excuse me. We'll get that over to you. Okay. All right. I know that we had a question or two. And let me see here. Here we go. So SMW here. Hey, please kindly explain reverse sourcing. Not sure of the process. It's not a difficult process. It's fairly simple, may not be easy, but essentially you're starting with Amazon first. Okay. And that's all it is. And then you're reverse sourcing to find a place to go buy that. Now, reverse sourcing comes in a lot of different flavors. Okay. There's storefront stalking. That is a method of reverse sourcing. You're looking at someone else's storefront, in the hopes that they are a decent or great at sourcing. And then you're going out and you're trying to recreate where they found their items. You could just pick a category. You can literally just source the aisles of Amazon and say, hey, you know what? I want to look at every single mashed potato item. This is exactly what I do in the OA challenge. We'll go in and we pull up every single item that is mashed potatoes, and we then try to find something profitable. Right? It's not the most efficient, okay, but it's a really easy way to get your reps in. And then you want to throw another layer on top of it. Well, you could use Keepa and Keepa Product Finder, and you can then start really filtering and saying, you know what? Not only do I only want to look for things with the keyword mashed potato in them, but they can only be items that are in the grocery and gourmet food category, and they have to have 3 or more sellers on average over the past 90 days. They have to have averaged $30 or more in buy box price over the last 30 days. And on top of that, I want there to be at least 2 units being sold on the listing. And so now I'm essentially looking for multi-packs that are over $30 in the mashed potatoes on Amazon. And that's how you kind of add that third layer onto it. And then the reverse part is just going out and trying to recreate that at a price that's profitable. Looking at the big box stores, looking for sales, looking on, I tell you, according to SEO people, the best place to hide a dead body is the second page of Google. That's also the best place to hide some profitable products and some good coupon codes. Your competition's not going there. So You just look a little bit further.
And honestly, I think reverse sourcing is more efficient. Because you think about it, if you do it, I guess the opposite would be forward sourcing. You don't necessarily know if it's a good buy cost. Like you can just look at stuff. You can pull up a site and it's like, oh, this stuff is on sale. It's on sale in relation to what that retailer says they sell. You don't necessarily know if it's at a discount of what it goes for on Amazon, if it's even sold on Amazon, right? So you're going through and you don't have a lot of the data points aren't confirmed. You're just kind of taking wild swings and hoping that it's on Amazon. To where if you reverse search, you can actually isolate. It is confirmed to be on the catalog. You can confirm that you're approved to sell it, right? Major obstacles, selling on Amazon. And then you're simply trying to find it out into the retail world, but you already have the verification, and if you have a good calculator that you use, a revenue calculator or profit calculator, you even know your max buy cost of where you can go. So you can find some stuff that's, ooh, this is pretty close. Now let me search for a coupon code. Now let me search for a discount gift card. It just feels like a much more efficient, higher hit ratio method of searching. That's why I'm 100% reverse sourcing now. 99%. It's called 99%.
Yeah, I do agree with you. I do think that it at least feels more efficient. I will get into a groove sometimes where I'll open up 10 or even 20 different tabs from a sale that's going on, and I've got some keyboard shortcuts to open up Seller Amp and let it run through, um and then I start going back through them. But yeah, reverse sourcing is probably the most efficient way to do this. Um, we've got a couple of book recommendations, which I'm going to be adding to my read list here. So Big T, and you guys know that we love books. Big T shared the War Against Boys, and then Jim has got Emotional Intelligence. So I'm definitely going to be adding those to the list. I appreciate you fellas.
Another underrated Keepa benefit is you can find these books and you can actually put price alerts. I just had a Joan Didion book hit, and it was like a massive weight on Libby from the library, and so I put a Keepa alert, and it actually hit. I got the Kindle version for $1.99.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
I think
and
I
I'm able
picked that
to.
one up as well.
Yeah, I'm sure I told you about it too. But yeah, that's I've got several alerts. I mean, a great way to. I mean, the library's great. Like if you haven't looked up Libby, if you're not a much of a reader, make that one of your New Year's resolutions coming up. Because
But remember
especially,
that New Year's resolution should be started before New Year's, like now.
yeah, any of them worth their salt. I've said that before. Give me somebody who sets a goal on a Wednesday, instead of a Monday morning, and I'm betting on that person. So that is true. But yeah, I mean, we go through book recommendations every podcast that we ask everybody, what's something that you've read, or what's a book that you've gifted the most. So we're constantly dishing out book recommendations. So you can use Keepa to get these on the cheap too, because bargains, it's kind of what we do.
Yeah. Chris John is curious, and Chris has got a much better memory than I do. What was the book that you guys were talking about on your most recent podcast that all three of you read? I'm not sure you ever said the title. Do you recall right off the top of your head? Was it the Almanac of?
Yeah, Naval Ravikant. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. I believe it was this one, and he was. I loved it. He was passionate about it too.
Yeah.
And this is great. This is I like the physical book because this is like a daily reader. Essentially how I treat it. You know, you just kind of go through. I've got several daily readers. You know, where you can just, if you remember to keep the habit. But there's a passage for each day, right? Like Ryan
Great book
Holiday's
right there. Yep.
The Daily Dad. I need all the help I can get on how to be a better father. And then, you know, Ryan Holiday has The Daily Stoic. And then this is Leo Tolstoy's A Calendar of Wisdom.
I was just about to pull that one out. That's a great one.
Yeah. You know, and boy, I to be able to start your day, and they're daily readers. What I mean by daily reader is, you know, you read the passage for that day. There's 366 entries or whatnot, but you know, I can access these bits of incredible wisdom, you know, from people that I look up to and people that have you know, improved my life, you know, with their words. And that and a cup of coffee. I you know, I'm not sure there's a better way to start my day. But yeah, Taylor was very excited about the almanac of Naval Ravikant. And I was probably equally excited to to hear him. I was like, yeah.
Right.
But it's like $2 on Kindle. It's been on sale forever. It's super, super cheap. There is a free version floating out there. You can get it via PDF. And upload it to a reader if you're savvy like that. Excellent read.
Absolutely. All right, we're 2 hours and 32 minutes in. We've got a fair amount of giveaways left. We should probably do some more giveaways, guys. Listen, you know, Chris and I say, hey, we're going to be an hour, we're going to be 3 hours. You should always just tack on an extra 20% to that. Okay, so we're not going anywhere anytime soon, I don't think. But we do have some giveaways, and I'm thinking, listen, we're going to be honest. We're going to give away the coaching with Chris and I last. That's going to be the last one. Okay, but we should probably give away. Let's do a points and miles challenge. All right. And now here's the reason why this is important. Okay. We run physical product businesses and we have a distinct ability to be able to spend money on stuff that we will then make a profit on. And we have a further ability to be able to turn that inventory over fairly quickly and essentially print money with other people's money, either at very cheap rates or even zero interest. Okay, if you're real good. But on top of that, you can get cash back, okay, through cashback portals, through cashback credit cards, or you can travel hack. All right. Now, the problem is, and I've known this for a long time, I was just never really great at it. And I didn't pay attention to it as much as I should until I was able to get my wife from Orlando to the United Arab Emirates first class for free. And then she flew back business class. Now, round trip airfare alone was around $20,000 in total. It was 12,000 there, or like $12,000 there, and like $8,000 on the way back. If I had paid cash, never would have happened. She would have been sitting in steerage. But instead, you know, on the way there, she got her own little like apartment in the sky, and on the way back, she had a little pod where she could lay down flat. You know, shower, all that kind of stuff on a really long flight. And it was all direct. And, you know, I talked about I'm taking my family on a bit of an unexpected trip to go to Ohio to see some family and also deal with some personal things up there. Um, and we're going to stay in a suite one night on the road trip. So we have a nice bed and a place to relax because my family, other than me, doesn't really care for road trips. Uh, and all of this was thanks to credit card points from flipping stuff on Amazon. I've also got enough points saved up that I'll probably take my family this coming summer to a Caribbean island somewhere, and everything should be paid for if I play my cards right. I'm talking flights, hotels, everything, and I'm like nice hotels. You can do this too, but you can do it better. Okay. And that's what the points and miles challenge teaches you, how to stack not only your extra points, like for example, the podcast we just did with, which everyone should listen to. It's not nearly listened to enough yet. But the podcast we just did with Taylor of Arbitrage Card, I don't think many people know that they have been able to turn their payment processor into an office products. So you use the right credit card and you get 3 times points buying from Arbitrage Card. Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, and there's other ways. You can stack bonus programs. Like I'm getting ready to get 90,000 on one credit card. I just grabbed another credit card literally just yesterday that'll get another bonus on. We're going to be up over like 700,000 in points without very much spend. It's a fairly easy thing to do. So this is going to be the points and miles challenge. We'll give it away. Chris, I'll let you figure out who to give it away to. Yeah, it's awesome. Hustler.
So
Heard someone say they have 7 million American Express points and don't know what to do with them. If they're not going to use them, they can turn them into cash. It is possible it's possible to sell them. There are marketplaces for that. Or you can take American Express points and you can cash those out through, I believe the best way to cash them out into cash is through like a retirement or like a TD bank or something.
TD Ameritrade or something. Yeah, there is
TD Ameritrade.
I think that's a hack too, right? Don't you get
Yeah.
converts at like 1.2, which something like the 1.25 or something, which usually the cash back, the actual cash, is the lowest valued redemption.
Exactly.
That's what they don't want you to do. So
Yep.
And Chris, I think just this statement alone, just because this is one of the one of the better sentences that me and you have read. I say we give it to Hustler. Reading has made me a better person in general. And
agree more.
That's right. Like, thank you for saying that. Like that, that is absolutely true. I'm reading Wisdom Takes Work by Ryan Holiday, which is 2 of those daily readers that I showed you. And he talks about he romanticizes learning and there's a big section on reading and the readers, historically, the voracious readers and whatnot. Talk about suicide prevention. Probably the highest vote getter of who the historically the best president ever, Abraham Lincoln, would be way up there, if not number 1. He was suicidal, but he was also a voracious reader. But he kind of romanticizes this reading. We have access to everyone who has ever lived, essentially, through the power of books. I try to make my kids readers, because I think part of me thinks that would help, that part that I was talking about, where men are checking out and go into a digital world because of the less friction. I think you can live so many different lives through books. We only have our one life, but books can give you hundreds and thousands of different lives, and that's a perspective. And when I decided to start reading more fiction, I was reading a lot of nonfiction because I thought I had a responsibility to become a better businessman and a better entrepreneur. So I thought if I was going to read, it should be nonfiction. It should be something that's going to improve my life. But I decided to start reading some fiction because of there's still a lot to learn from fiction too. There's different mindsets, different attitudes, different scenarios, different emotional development, and I was discounting it unrightfully. So but I think that helps young people too. Like reading is just so important. They say 17% of adults read for recreation now, which is the lowest number.
Insane. We need a national dopamine detox, to be quite frank. And I know people like to call Ryan Holiday pop stoicism and stuff like that, but I got to give him a lot of credit. He really made me start thinking much, much deeper about my own personal philosophies. I love the way that David Senra of the Founders Podcast talks about books. And I don't know if this is his wording or if he stole it from someone else, but books allow us to make friends with the eminent dead. It's impossible for us to go back and have dinner with an Abraham Lincoln or a Henry Ford or a JP Morgan or any of the other important people of the world, but we can read what they wrote, and maybe even more importantly, we can read what they read and what influenced them, and allow that to influence our own lives. What other medium besides books allows that?
Right.
I mean, sure, you might ask, an Elon Musk or a Bill Gates what their favorite movie is, but that's not what movies are for. Movies are not necessarily for learning something. They're a pastime. They're a recreation. But you get a list of books from an Elon Musk, from a Naval Ravikant, from a Bill Gates, and you're like, okay, this is what I need to read to be able to absorb some of the knowledge or maybe even abilities that they have. And there's nothing like it.
No, and it gets magnified. I mean, if you take your time and you invest it into reading, while your competition is scrolling TikTok, it's not just what you're reading. You're not just bettering yourself by the reading. You're also avoiding the brain rot that your competition's going through. And really, if you think about it, probably anybody who has, even if this is just a side hustle, anybody who did it strategically probably should be a reader, because of that same concept. You took your free time when you decided you want a side hustle, and instead of going out and drinking at happy hour or going out to dinner with your friends or whatever, you decided to take your recreation time and make that a revenue generator. So tell me it's not the same thing to where if you, instead of turning on Netflix, if you grabbed a book and you tapped into who knows what kind of wisdom from the smartest people that have ever lived, or you even if it's a fiction book, your vocabulary is improving, and you're seeing people deal with different emotions, and it gives you a glimpse into other lives. It's beneficial one way or another. You're magnifying that by what's, instead of just wasting your time with Netflix. And I'm not like should never watch Netflix. There's a time for mindless entertainment. I understand that, but it's the same concept with a side hustle. You said, hey, I'm gonna take these 3 hours after the kids are in bed before I go to bed, and I'm gonna make some money. That's compounding. And you can do the same thing with knowledge and wisdom.
Absolutely. Let's see here. So, Hustler, since you won, since I don't know your actual name, make sure to shoot me an email, Chris@cleartheshelf.com, and we'll make sure that that you get taken care of there. Okay. And we're going to give away something else here in just a minute. Just a minute.
Jaron called it a mouth brow.
Heather, do you prefer audiobooks, ebooks, or actual books? So
Yes.
yeah, I do have an order that I like them in, and for me, it would be physical books first, and then ebooks, and then audiobooks. However, I am not the person who is an elitist on any one of those either. I would never look down on anybody who can only take in audiobooks. Audiobooks is just third on my list because if I'm walking and listening to an audiobook, sometimes I really am like a squirrel on crack and I'm like, oh, look, a leaf falling or, a flutterby. And then I miss 30 seconds while I am making sure I don't get hit by traffic while I'm chasing the butterfly. So, uh, but I love an actual book. It's just they're not as practical as ebooks these days.
Yeah, that's the problem. You hear a lot of people. It's usually an excuse when you're talking to someone. They're like, "Yeah, I don't read," and usually it's like, "Oh, I just can't. I can't read a Kindle." My mom said that forever, right? They used to just burn through paperbacks. They just pass them around. They like the hen reading club, I used to call it. But it's just but she's like, I just can't read, and I'm like, Mom, you gotta give it Kindle books is what really unlocked my regular reading habit, right? And
Me
and it
too.
was actually it was advice from Stephen King, actually, um, who is a voracious reader himself. But he actually said, if you want to read more books, he goes, always carry a book with you. And he wasn't talking about Kindle specifically, but he said just always have a book with you. And he said, whether it be, if you're waiting in line at the checkout of the grocery store, that's time for a page or two. Like open up your book, get a page or two in, and it was very easy to connect the dots where it's like, okay, all of those times that I would have opened Facebook or Twitter or something like that, I can pull up now on my phone. I can pull up the Kindle app, and I don't know. I'm up to, I don't know, like 300 some odd titles now that I own on Kindle. I've got 20 holds on Libby, the maximum amount of holds. But audiobooks, I started during my RA trips. Like I got through a lot of books listening to Audible. I actually maxed out my plan and got 24 credits a year at one point in time because I was, I had a half-hour drive to one of the ollies that I like to do that was a little bit out in the country. 30 minutes there, 30 minutes back. You can chew through audiobooks pretty quick. But I don't like it because I can't really take notes. Like if I really want to write something down, I have to pull over. I'm not gonna try. However, audiobooks, like I listen to them when I mow the lawn. Sorry, Shannon, if you're still here. I could just stop the mower and I can type something up, or if I'm taking a walk or something like that, I can, I've gone through intersections while I'm trying to type notes and stuff like that. So, but I am trying to get more physical books. I showed you the daily readers. My buddy actually owns a bookstore. But my very first visit to a Costco ever got me this one, the Anthony Bourdain reader. I
That's
love
a good one.
Anthony Bourdain. And then look at what I picked up. I've never read this, but I am going to, first of the year, I've got a reading goal that I got to hit, so I can't read a thick boy like this, but I'm going to do Lonesome Dove. I got a cheap paperback, but then I also got, I'm going to dig into Colson Whitehead. This is a first edition, first print that my buddy's bookstore had, so I grabbed that.
That's awesome.
Colson Whitehead, I told you, Chris, in a DM, but Colson Whitehead has won like 3 of the last 6 Pulitzer Prizes, which is
Yeah, that's nuts.
insane. That's like Michael Jordan style dominance. So I'm trying to add more physical books, but the quickest way to access it is the format that I prefer.
Mm-hmm. I see some folks talking about, like keeping the phone out of the bathroom, etc. If I'm not mistaken, there's a setting on the Kindle app that should block notifications while you're reading. And I would highly suggest that you turn that on. It is a game changer. I have it turned on my phone. The only thing that can get through are text messages from the 3 people in text messages and phone calls from the 3 people that are in my house. But also to your point, when I was a kid, what really unlocked my love for reading is, I guess, the 1990s version of the dime store novel. Clive Cussler I was a big fan. I think I read probably 15 of his books on family road trips. And then I got into Michael Crichton with Congo and Jurassic Park. And I was just reminded the other day of The Rising Sun. It was also another great book. But yeah. And so now whenever I see one of those, quote unquote dime store novel type books, that's what I like to go to on audiobook now. And I can't remember the name of it, but one of them that's been really good recently is they ended up making a show out of it. Shoot. It is. Oh, the Jack Carr series. So the Terminal List and all of his. Fantastic.
Yeah. Yeah, but I usually have an audiobook and a Kindle book going at the same time. So, and daily readers don't count, but yeah, I mean, I guess technically I'm reading all 3 formats at the same time.
Right. Yeah. Okay. We've got a points and miles challenge that we gave out. Why don't we do, Chris, how would you like to give away another day, 90 days of OAC Plus?
Yeah, we have 2 more of those. So yeah, we better give it away. So somebody let me know. Tell me that you donated. I want somebody that really wants in there, but just hasn't gotten a taste yet. Because I don't think your membership's ending after 90 days once you get a taste of this, But in those 90 days, you'll make enough to cover, probably the next couple of years of memberships. But just let me know in the comments. Let's shake something loose. I want to know who really wants in, who's going to grab this opportunity by the reins, because there's so much our promos for the OAC Plus, they are so cumbersome.
They are.
It's really, really difficult. You just can't. It's tough to summarize because there's so much involved in it. You're going to get free access to Storefront Stalker Pro. You hear that name dropped all the time. There is a channel with dedicated flip alerts, A to A, Amazon to Amazon flips, leads. The channel goes 24/7, just leads all the time. There's another deals channel. I've gotten a bunch of personal stuff, like that little blue light that you see in the background. That was from the deals channel. It was like $20 for 2 of them. There's another one over there, just like stupid deals. There's protein bars, like stupid cheap protein bars. There is the course library. The education is valued I think I $3,000 might be underselling it, but you know,
Mhm.
these courses that you would pay hundreds of dollars for, you get access to them. They're all there. They're on demand. Access them when you want. Do you want to polish up on Keepa? You know, we had a bunch of people asking for ooh, I'd love those Keepa SOPs. They're in there. It's part of the membership. We had people asking for Keepa Academy. We were talking about how powerful Keepa Academy. No, that's in there. You know, anytime you want to watch it, it's there. You want to go through an OA challenge, but there isn't one scheduled, and you're not sure when the next one is. The replay's in there, and you'll get free access to the next one. Did that credit card points and miles challenge sound good? That's in there. You know, like it's just there's so much. I do a weekly sourcing call. People are talking about that. People are giving us feedback on what they're learning from that. I mean, there are new brands and sales, and people are making money off just watching me go through my sourcing, and they ask me questions. Why'd you do this? Why don't you do this? And I'll explain it all. There's a weekly coaching call, noon every Thursday. Tomorrow, Chris is going to go live. If you have a question, you can ask it and it will get answered. You know, it's group coaching. That's every single week. Chris, what am I missing? There's more.
I mean, there is more. The community, which I find is incredibly important. And I think one of the things that maybe we do more than, well, actually, here's another thing. Uh, we have unlimited tickets. Okay. You want an ASIN looked at? Open up a ticket. You get suspended, we'll walk you through it. You get some sort of IP complaint, like we'll help you with it. You can literally open up unlimited tickets, and we'll take care of what you need help with. That's not the sexy part. Like we try to protect what you're building. Okay. But I want to tell you a little bit about a lead today. We had a lead pop up in the Amazon to Amazon Flips channel. And I don't know how many people took advantage of it, but I did. I took a look at it. I saw it. It is a product with a $25 profit on it. Sells 50 or more per month. Looks like it sells more during the holiday season. Did a quick Google search and found where you could buy even more. Picked it up from there instead. You pick up 10 of these things, sell through at $25 in profit because no one else Googled it. And you've got $250 in profit off of one lead. Like there's no reason not to be. This should be something that makes you a significant amount more than it cost you. And on top of that, I am now working on trying to find ways to help you save money because it's not just making money, it's also how much you get to keep. Now, this is based on a family of 4. Okay. But the other day I found a way that you could save $20 per month per line on your cell phone bill if you were with one particular carrier, including like how to make it happen because it's not something they just offer you. Okay. And I shared the entire thing. And then I went through the process and I was able to save $980 a year for the next 12 months on my cell phone bill. $80 a month. Now, we're going to give you 90 days free to OAC Plus. If you decide that you want to stay a member afterwards, we're going to give you the founder's rate. Okay. So there's going to be no sign up fee. It'd be $49 a month if you want to stay on after the 3 months. If we've proven that it is, if we've proven that it's available or worth it to you. Okay.
All right, so let me see. We are $2,984. I think the next giveaway should be somebody who can tick us over the $3,000 mark, maybe. But we've got this 90 days OAC Plus, and trying to, let me get a random letter generator here. Hang on 1 second here. Okay, while this is dying up, globally, worldwide, we lose a man to suicide every 60 seconds. A man a minute globally. Just to hammer home why this is so important. Movember has resources on how to start these conversations. Often, I said it before, I'll say it again, often the best thing you can do, the most effective tool regarding suicide prevention are the 3 simple words: how are you? Just starting those conversations. A little bit of active listening, a little bit of eye contact, and a genuine question. It may be the most meaningful interaction and communication that somebody receives all day. Because think about the story that I told about these kids, these young men who are unplugging, who don't talk to women, who don't have any romantic prospects, aren't in a good economic situation. They're releasing, and big Jim, you're right. Their phone is, their face is in their phone all the time, because that's the only place that they have any kind of control. That's the only place that they feel happy and have some comfort and control, and no friction, right? That's the low friction. That's the easy way out. So it just makes it, these little conversations, this little bit of eye contact, a little bit of, authenticity when you ask how someone's doing. I'm not being dramatic when I say that may be the most meaningful communication that person receives all day. I saw somebody that said he has they wear a hoodie, said something the equivalent of, be kind, essentially you don't know what someone else is going through. That's an important message. And it's all along the same theme. So, on that note, Becky, we're going to give you the 90 days to the OAC Plus. Let me verify.
Oops. Go.
Yeah.
All right. All right, Becky, I've got you. I've got you written down here. So, Becky, here's what you need to do. I need you to shoot me an email to chris@cleartheshelf.com. Okay, chris@cleartheshelf.com. We'll get you hooked up in there. Okay, won't be tonight. It is 8:30 here, but we will get you hooked up here. All right. Okay. We need to keep this on trucking. I know we've been going for 3 hours, but we've still got things to give away. We've got more news. If you guys have questions, let us know. We're still around to answer your questions. Chris, you're not tuckered out yet, are you?
No, I don't even have to pee that bad either. Let's roll. Hey, let's take. We've got so many prizes to get through. Keepa Academy, Keepa SOPs, copy of Atomic Habits. You want to throw those? Can we do a choice of one of those 3?
Sure.
The person who gets me over $3,000, sitting at 2984. Let me refresh. Let me make sure we're not there. Yeah, I'm sitting at 2984. If somebody can get me over $3,000, you could take your pick. Those 3: Keepa Academy, Keepa SOPs, or a copy of Atomic Habits. Top 3. Where does that rank in your favorite books of all time, Chris?
I would say definitely top 3. I know that, a lot of people say, oh, well, it's, it's derivative and it's repetitive. And, we've heard all this stuff before. I get it. But that book unlocked a ton for me. It hit at just the right time. And it kind of gives you this, it does 2 things. It lets you know that you don't need to have a quantum leap immediately. And heck, you shouldn't even think that. But, I think more than anything, more than anything, what it really opened my eyes to is the valley of despair, and uh, being willing to embrace the suck while you learn, and realize that it's not just some straight line up. And I think that may have been more powerful than a lot of the other things he talks about, at least for me.
Yeah, it's the criticism, like, and shit, the person that bumped me over 3,000 marked it anonymous. So
Oh,
I don't know who it is, but you know what? It's repetitive and whatnot. Like, welcome to, like, business books, self-help books, a lot of nonfiction. Like, there's a lot of overlap. That's just kind of something you deal with. I don't see that as a detriment. I kind of look at it as reinforcement.
yeah. How many times have we read stories about the Polgar sisters, you
Yeah.
know,
Yep.
or
Or Dick
or the
Fosbury.
4 Minute Mile,
Yep. Yep.
the Fosbury Flop? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's a good one. But it's reinforcement. And you mentioned Colin Ryan Holiday, pop stoicism. So what? Like, that criticism doesn't have any significance to me. Like,
No.
okay, like, I'm not a stoic elitist. I don't have my preferred voices or thought. Like, it was his voice that introduced it to me. So if it brings people into that line of thinking and it improves their lives, calling him a pop stoicist is just means nothing. It's just empty, uh, worthless criticism, really. Same thing with Atomic Habits. Like, it's all in the voice and how the information is presented to you. You could you could have nearly identical subject matters from three different authors and poll people and other people. It depends on how that voice resonates with you, and how you took it. It also depends on probably the stage of life that you're reading it. There's a bunch of factors that have nothing to do with the author. So criticisms of overlap, just so what? That just doesn't bother me. It doesn't take anything away from my opinion. So
Exactly. All right. Let's answer a couple questions here, and Chris can call a
all
winner
right,
anytime.
Michael's calling his shot. He thought he was
Oh,
checking another box. So
nice.
Michael, you get your pick. That was Keepa Academy, Keepa SOPs, or a copy of Atomic Habits. Your choice.
Thank you.
We'll get that off to you. We are
Okay.
going to have to start setting the stage on giving away the coaching too.
Yes, we are. Yes, absolutely. Okay. Let's see. Ellen Doe. I would imagine that's probably not your government name. So I had a question about hazmat, dangerous goods, how to get started with FBM in particular. Well, you're allowed to sell items that are marked as dangerous goods, merchant fulfilled, without any issues. You don't have to be approved or anything like that. You just have to be ungated to sell the product. The only thing you do need to do is you need to follow the law when it comes to shipping. I knew it. I knew Ellen Doe wasn't your government name. You have to follow the law when it comes to shipping. Now, 90% of the things that you're probably going to ship out are going to require a limited quantity sticker and maybe a this side up sticker. And you'll have to ship it ground. That's going to handle so much of the items that you want to sell. You're probably not very often. Maybe you might need a sticker for a battery on some things, but there are some great resources learning. You can check the USPS website. You can check shipbob.com and places like that. And yeah, it's a lot less scary than you might think. And a wonderful backhanded compliment from Luke. You said that you didn't even have to pee that bad. And he says, that's amazing at my age, let alone your age. Beautiful.
You know, I wasn't gonna, Luke, but you poked me, and we can make the last part of this show be far more entertaining, a little bit more roasty, if you like.
Sorry, guys. Excuse me while I recaffeinate just a little bit here. So Matthew, I have 2 questions. Is there a secret to ungating? No, there is not a secret to ungating. Uh, there's a method, and that method is you just need to keep at it in most cases. So gone are the days when you could get ungated with one submission of, Barack Obama's dog, picture of that. Now it's you need to have a receipt, and we are seeing them work from all over the place, not just a brand direct account, no matter what anyone on social media tells you. Okay. But you're going to need to have shipping confirmation, delivery confirmation, order confirmation, a receipt or an invoice. It's also a good idea to have the credit card statement and all of that stuff, put it together, and then be willing to submit it, not 15, not 25, but 35, 40 times sometimes. That's just the way it is. And that's it. This is a good question. Okay. It might seem silly, but this is a good question. Do you move your eyes when you read? Speed reading is a scam. So yes, I move my eyes when I read. I have taken speed reading courses. I have been duped. I've read books on speed reading. And then you come to find out the science behind it, and it doesn't actually work.
Yeah, I'm such a slow reader. Naturally, like I have to concentrate on. I can read faster, but I just don't. I just kind of just plod through the pages and actually have to like tell myself like you can go a little faster. If it's something I'm not really trying to, something that's not that serious.
We really want to get little tinfoil hattie. I'm not sure what's a bigger scam: speed reading or recycling.
Yeah, that was. I saw something on that. I think it was a news piece, or I don't know if I read it or saw it on like a 60 Minutes or something like that. But total scam. Like I started telling my mom, like she's, like, oh, she's been recycling, and I told her, and basically the conversation ended. She goes, "Well, it makes me feel better."
That's exactly it. Yeah, people come over to our house and they oh, hey, where's your recycling? And immediately Rose is like, don't ask that question.
Yep.
Okay, here we go. Matthew, is OA and RA dying due to IP claims and not being able to provide invoices from retailers in the case of IP claims and suspensions? Go ahead, Chris. I see you cracking those knuckles.
No, no. Arbitrage is not dying, and there's a little more nuance. So I won't dismiss it with a cavalier attitude. Due to IP claims and not being able to provide invoices, no, like we're beating those claims all the time. The biggest issue, and taking a guess, I can't know for sure, obviously, but I think the genesis of your question, whether it be directly or indirectly, by hearing it from other people, I believe stems from efforts at efficiency from Amazon. And what I mean by that is introducing more automation, more AI. I think they're installing. Who was the one that said it? That it doesn't and I forget the context, but somebody said it won't go to a human until the 4th or 5th submission. Somebody it was a friend that was an executive at Amazon or something like. Somebody shared that with us, but that's it's hearsay. I understand that. However, falls in line with my line of thinking. So I'm going to cash in this confirmation bias check. So I think, well, twofold. I think so. Amazon is trying to automate a lot of this stuff, and let's not be upset about that, because a lot of this stuff was outsourced overseas, and plenty of people complain about that anyway. So if they can kind of filter through some of it and get more efficient using some AI, I don't necessarily mind. But AI and the automation does some weird stuff. But there's been weird stuff, with their efforts at automation for years now, telling me that, my candy canes are hazmat. Like, no, like double check your bot. I mean, stuff's been weird with bots. So whatever they're trying to put in place, like, stuff's just going to be weird. So that doesn't bother me. But and then there's also probably the other part of that would be the combination of Amazon's tightening some stuff up, right? They made serious efforts to try to eliminate the amount of counterfeiting that was done on their platform. Didn't share the playbook with Walmart. They just said, "Oh, we're done with this." But but anyway, but no, I think it's simply just procedural changes that are depending on the interpretation and how how negative you want to look at Amazon, thinks that they're getting like restrictive with arbitrage. So I don't know. It kind of turned into a word salad at the end, but no, I think it's more changes and coincidence than it is any kind of policy shift.
I would agree with that. And you know what? So Big T brings up something interesting here. This is the other thing. The entire catalog is so fractured. It's crazy. Like Tony's talking about, hey, you guys see that Olay and Dove and Crocs reopened for applications? Well, one, I've never been gated on Crocs. I just checked Olay right this second. I went through about 5 or 6 different listings. I can't apply for Olay. My account is older than Moses. When it comes to Amazon years, I didn't have time to check on Dove yet. So that's the other thing. Like it's just a fractured system. Like everything is fractured with Amazon. It's not. It's also not necessarily a bad thing. Inefficiencies is kind of how we make money. We want things to be a little inefficient, all over the place.
And it's from a business perspective, we can't take the stuff as targeting us. I think a lot of the things that we deal with, if we actually were able to confirm the source of it, is just kind of we're just kind of collateral damage on some weird stuff that happens. And I've said it before, and when we went through the Section 3, the first wave of Section 3, that was 2 Q4s ago now. Q4 of 2023, is that right? Yeah. I haven't seen anybody else talk about it, but can you imagine the kind of stuff that they uncovered? Like the way they log like voice of the customer, and as bad as they are at that, like all of these responses and all the God knows what they found as they were verifying what had to easily be tens of thousands of sellers, basically verifying their supply chain 3 ASINs at a time for most of us. You figure out like think of the intel that would bring, and
they were finding
how
bodies everywhere.
Oh yeah, we talked to Joy, alluded to it, that there are, certain retailers that Amazon decided they absolutely do not want inventory from. There had to be certain brands. There had to be some trend analysis, and pattern recognition. You don't think that there were certain brands that were more likely to be counterfeited than others? It's pretty safe bet, right? So then do they tighten up the restrictions on those? Do a bunch of, whatever their grading system is for their sellers, or trust scores or reliability scores. We know they have multiple ways of tracking that with IPI and account health and all that stuff. Maybe if you drop below certain levels, okay, we're going to add Olay to this, like there's a bunch of why does Olay keep popping up? All right, well, let's tighten it up a little bit. Like all sorts of stuff. Think about all the different intel that they got from it. And so it's not only like eliminating the counterfeiters through those waves of Section 3s, they can also decide to thin the supply of certain brands too. You can actually reduce the amount of counterfeits by attacking it by the brands as well. And like, okay, only the most trustworthy sellers are going to be able to sell this brand. Yeah, and they have to have sold it recently. So that's why, Chris, your account's old as dirt, but we're still taking away Olay because you haven't sold any of that. So,
Okay. What do we want to give away next? And how would we like to give away this coaching session? How do we want to? Are we going to auction that one off?
Yeah. I don't know. Like how should we do it?
It's a good question.
Because honestly, I thought the coaching with Steve was going to go for more. I thought that would be pretty in demand. And we're not as cool as Steve, unless there are people out there that are like, I'm going to get them on a call for an hour, and it'll just be the three of us, and they literally want to talk trash and make fun of that state up north and that team up north. I don't know. There may be some real draw. I know there's draw. I know that's attractive to me. Like, so I don't know.
Absolutely. I'd go for 2 hours if we're going to do that.
Right. Yeah. If that's what you want to do, you get a bonus half hour. It'll be a 90-minute session if that's what you tell us what you want to do. But yeah, I think the auction was cool. We got the number is still climbing. I don't know if people like just let us play in the background and they went somewhere else. We got almost 300 people.
That's what it says here. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. You down for an auction, or you got a better idea?
Nope. I say we do an auction. And then we should probably, I'll tell you what, let's do that. Let's do an auction. Okay. We've got some news. We'll get to some more questions for you guys. We're going to set up that 15-minute timer. Okay. I'm feeling a little nervous. Okay. So we're going to start this at $50. Okay. We're going to start it at $50. And highest bidder wins. All right, let me start this 15-minute auction, or 15-minute here. Look at that. Jaron got us $100 for the first bid. All right, 101, 150. All right.
Should we put some sort of caveat, because donations have stalled, and I don't know if we're not pitching this enough, but we are trying to raise money through this whole thing. That's
yes.
We're at 3 hours and 24 minutes. My dogs have sat there with their faces like that. They know I would have taken them out by now. I'm likely to miss my kids' bedtimes. We're putting in the hours for you, not to make this about our sacrifice, but we've been at this a long time. Let's get some fresh donations in there, and don't get intimidated by the dollar amount. Every little bit helps. I am just as appreciative of the $5, the $7, the $12 donations as I am the big ones too. I appreciate that you give, because you have to take the same action. You have to fill out the form. You have to hit the submit button, regardless of the dollar amount. And for you to do that, to support me, and support what Movember means, there's no discount, just because you aren't able to give as much as someone else. So that is definitely appreciated. So
Absolutely.
yeah, we are bidding. So can we have at least a small fresh donation included as well? I mean, I understand I don't want to bleed. I know people have given a lot of money. We're over $3,000. But can we do a caveat that there's got to be at least a tiny little fresh donation included?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Absolutely. And
do we need? Should we paint the picture again? Should we recap what you're bidding on?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's recap that, because we are at 350. I'll tell you what, you guys are making me feel good. Making me feel very, very special. But no, listen, what we're doing is there's going to be coaching. It's with Chris and I together. All right. So you get both of us, you get us for an hour. Okay. Now you guys know how we are. All right. We said we were going to be here for 3 hours. We're at 3 hours and a half already. I don't want to say that we're gas bags, but I don't want to say that we haven't been called that before either. Okay. We are willing to talk, but whatever it is that you need help with. Okay. I rarely do these, but I did one today, and I really do think that I saw an unlock. Okay. Because we got into the nitty gritty of someone's business and why things were going the way that they are and how we can pivot, and what we can do. Okay. And that's what we will do with you. Okay. Or maybe you just want to chat for a little while, and that's okay too. This is a lonely business. I understand that. Oh, Tony wants to, Big T wants to just punish us and make us beat our heads against a wall. But yeah, whatever it is that will move your business forward is what we'll work on. So, and you get both of us for an hour, so you get 2 points of view. Chris and I are not always in lockstep. I think I think from the 10,000-foot view, Chris and I see things pretty much the same way. But once you get down to the micro level, we've got our own opinions and ideas and things like that. So that is what you're bidding on, is our combined knowledge for an hour and 20 minutes.
You call the shots. We'll talk about anything you want to talk about.
Absolutely.
We're getting close to 100 different podcast episodes. I think, I'm not sure what we haven't uncovered yet, right? Oh, yeah. We hit 400, Melissa.
400. Wow. Melissa, thank you. I appreciate that. We got 10 minutes left. I'll tell you what, while you guys keep bidding, we are going to talk a little bit of news, okay? Because I've got one more here. I've got several things here, but actually two more that I find incredibly fascinating. The one thing that we have not touched on yet is, I always like to talk about what the previous month's sales were. And according to Adobe, online consumers in the United States got an early start to the holidays in October to the tune of $88.7 billion in online sales. That is up 8.2% year over year. And I know that they're calling for like 3.7 to 4.2% increase in spending over the holidays. Honestly, these numbers every single month have been coming in over. I think that the rest of Q4 is just on track to be an absolute banger. But e-commerce data for the month of October is up 8.2% to 88.7 billion. Mobile, of course, drove the majority of online spend with 51.4% share. That's 45.6% billion, which was up 11.6 percent year over year compared to desktop shopping. In addition, buy now, pay later installment spending drove $7.1 billion in spend. Okay. It's up 7.6% year over year. And, in the past, Chris and I have been very critical of buy now, pay later. I think that maybe I have changed my tune just a touch. And the only reason is that I've been reading a lot more payment, PYMTS. And they have had several articles discuss how one of your favorite generations, Gen Z, or no, sorry, not Gen Z, no, not millennials, Gen Z, right?
Are they?
The ones
There's
after
a younger
millennials.
one. Yeah, Gen Z is
Yeah.
after millennials, pretty sure.
So Gen Z is actually using it to better budget without using credit cards, and the default rates are surprisingly low. That they're just using this tool that's available to them to budget a little bit better. And it's not, I figure that it's just being used willy nilly, like, giving a crackhead a credit card, but that's not the case. And so I've changed my tune just a touch. But yeah, 7.1 billion in buy now, pay later spend, up 7.6%. Now, of course, we know in October we had Prime Big Deal Days. So spend was up there. Consumers spent a total of $9.1 billion across those days, which was up 7.3% year over year, which was driven in part by competitive discounts that Adobe says peaked at 18% off listed price. Now, those are averages. Okay. Holiday decor was up 130% in October. No surprise there. Halloween is big. And Christmas is all, I heard Christmas music in the gas station the other night. And I had to stop myself from dropping an F-bomb. Because that's what wanted to come out of my mouth. Hand tools were up 83%. E-readers up 81%. Makes sense for Prime Big Deal days. Power tools up 62%. Out of nowhere, refrigerators and freezers were up 55% in the month of October. Yeah, there's also some talk in here about generative AI and how people who use generative AI are 16% more likely to hit the buy button. We've talked about that a little bit previously, but these are all just good signs as we continue along Q4.
Yeah, it's I don't know. It feels redundant at this point, doesn't it? I don't know. Except for maybe a random tariff bill. What what would be the negatives as we're flying through Q4? But
Right.
Those would be smart. Those are easy enough to avoid, as long as the website tells you. Like, I really do appreciate even the sites that just flat out shut down shipping to the U.S. Like who was that? I forget, one of the beauty brands just popped up as soon as you try to go to checkout. They're like, "Oh, sorry, we're not shipping to the U.S." It's like,
yeah.
All right.
I've seen like one that actually figures out the cost for you. And I was like, oh, you guys know what you're doing. Okay. So we've got 4 minutes and 35 seconds left in this auction, guys. And we're at 400 right now. Chris, I don't necessarily want to diminish this. However, what do you think? Do we take the top two? As of right now, that would be Melissa and Ellen. You guys, we've got a $400 offer. We've got a $355. You guys both donate. Are we willing to do 2 coaching sessions?
I'm down if you are.
Okay. I'm down for a good cause. So yes, you guys have 3 minutes, 55 seconds left. We'll take the top two. We're at 400 and 355 right now. Now remember, this is going to a good cause. It's not going to go and line our fat cat pockets. Okay. It is going to go to Movember. All right. To raise awareness for men's health, men's mental health, suicide prevention, and all of that. And Chris and I will spend an hour with the top two people who donate. Anytime you wish, and talk about anything that you want to talk about, help you move your business forward any way that you want.
Yep. We and talk about a good cause. Movember can't be stressed enough. Not only the money that they're raising, the actual projects that they're funding, the fact that they're talking about men's health. There's not a lot of guidance out there, for young men. It's and I understand. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. It's it's not necessarily a zero sum, but like I have my two youngest kids are daughters. I want them to grow up in with equal opportunities, the same amount of opportunities. I don't want any disadvantages for those little girls, but as we empower women, we it's just quiet. I'm not saying it's zero sum. We're not taking anything away from the men. It's just not a topic that gets talked about.
Mm-hmm.
And I've alluded to it before. We have a lot of there are people out there with some opinions on masculinity that I certainly hope my daughters don't run into. Let's be diplomatic about it and put it that way.
That.
So this is, so I love that they're talking directly to my sons and the males that don't have as much input. And I mentioned 1,300 projects across 20 countries. That's what Movember has funded. Probably the prize in the bunch. Movember has recently launched the Institute of Men's Health, and that is a $100 million Australian dollar. I'm not sure what the exchange rate is, but it's a $100 million initiative. It's focused on accelerating research and slashing preventable deaths, which is a theme that crosses over multiple programs that they deal with. It's the preventable deaths. And it's not. So this isn't just like a rah, awareness for awareness' sake. Your donations are directly fueling research. It's fueling efforts. It's getting these people to work on closing that gap. That 6 years that men die sooner than women. It's trying to close that gap. The preventable deaths. We want people to get checked early. We want them early detection. We want to support that. We want to talk about these conversations. We want to give you talking points. If you're not sure how to talk to someone, but there's somebody that you aren't sure about that might be going through something, Movember has resources for that. It's the hard hitting, tangible stuff. It's the research, but then it's also talking points, things as simple as that. Just to help you figure out how you can help some of the men in your life. Holy crap! What are these numbers?
Yeah. Guys, this is. Thank you. We said we take the top two, and we've got 800. Melissa, incredibly kind of you, and Heather at 777.
Wow.
We will deliver. We will bring our A game for you guys. Anything we can do to help you move your business forward. Make sure that, yes, even though these are donations, we will make sure that it is an investment that will pay dividends for you. Means a ton, really. thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Like, if this wasn't, wasn't for a good cause, this is the point where Luke would come in and be like, "Don't give Racek a bigger head than he already does." Like, if it wasn't in poor taste, like, he'd be trying to tamp down these bids. Like, come on. But I joke, but that is, I wouldn't have guessed those numbers. That is extremely generous. And yeah, I am very, very appreciative. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Now I'll tell you ladies, so if you guys will just Heather, you know how to get a hold of me. Reach out and just let me know, and we'll coordinate with Chris and get it all set up. Melissa, you're more than welcome to shoot me an email, or you can DM me or DM me, whatever is easier for you. Just give me a shout. Polly, thank you for bringing it up. This is exactly what I was gonna say too. Ladies coming out swinging, showing these guys what's up. But yeah, no, I appreciate that very, very much. It means a ton, guys. All right.
Geez, we still got another 90-day pass to OAC Plus, don't we?
Yeah. Yeah, we do. We should get that out. We should get that out.
Yes. Don't be closing your browsers yet, or closing up on the stream. Although, if you were sick of listening to me, I would certainly understand.
Right. All right. Yeah, let's give away 90 days of OAC Plus to somebody. Oh, Polly, that's fantastic. Yeah. Just went out to see those northern lights. I wish I could see them here in Florida. We were able to see them. We're able to see those northern lights on the cameras over Daytona Beach, but not able to see them where I live. But absolutely crazy, crazy. Jay Tyndall. Yeah, man, we're still going. We don't half-ass anything. We whole ass everything. And so yeah, Chris, what are the donations? Well, I'll tell you what, it's a little hard to calculate because we did just get two pretty sizable donations. But what are we up to on the board there?
So let me refresh to make sure it's up to date. Minus winning auction bids, the grand total, we are up to $3,084 raised. So
yeah,
Tony, donations, I believe they run through the middle of December. I think they'll take them as late as December. I want to say 12th. Don't quote me on that though.
Yeah. And guys, I want to thank you. Like we understand that we are using a lot of our social capital, with you this evening, and hopefully, we're giving back enough that it makes complete sense for you guys, and things like that. But we do understand that we're asking a ton, just the way it is. We're asking to raise money for a good cause, what we think is a good cause, and we appreciate it. So,
yeah, good point. There is they do accept company matches.
Oh yeah.
Yep. So if you have a full-time gig or check and see if there is a company match. To it, can I who it was okay, it was AMZ with me, right? That's Aaron. Can I just give them the Monday night sourcing session access?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Like we still have prizes. We need to start giving some of these away. So this is the fire sale portion. These I've got two dogs staring at me now. So this is, I think the end.
There's a bit of an urgency in the air.
There is. So
Yes.
so we'll start moving fast and furious with the prizes. There's still a 90-day OAC plus. If you, let's get some sort of activity, in the comments or something. Let us know that you're still here, that you didn't just put us on mute and throw the phone in a drawer. Ian, can we give Ian Keepa Academy?
Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
Do we got a last name on Ian or just a first name there?
It was DOO. Where'd it go? I just scrolled past it. Oh man, is it Dukram? Unbelievable.
That's all right. Ian works. All right.
Ian, if you're still here, just say something so we can just get the spelling on your name.
All right. That is a Keepa SOPs for Ian. And guys, I'll tell you what. So to get access to what you win tonight, you just gotta email me. So that's it. Just have to email me. Polly, a super specific question for CG. Didn't see the November 6th replay Thursday training posted yet. Wanted to listen to that. I have got WAP up here. Let me take a look at the courses and coaching call replays. You're right. I forgot to put that up. I will get that up tomorrow. I've actually got 2 live sourcing sessions with Chris that need to get put up in the replays, and I'll get that one put up as well. All right. What else would you like to give away, Chris?
What about that other Amazon to Amazon Flips challenge replay?
Yes, absolutely. We got another Amazon to Amazon Flips replay. I'll tell you what.
The feedback. I know Jaren's still here. Jaren, give us the elevator pitch on how good the A to A Flips challenge is. There was next to like second to maybe the OAC challenge when you run that, the reaction of people that when they finish that course. This Amazon to Amazon Flips, that what you learn and what Saul goes through. He creates raving fans, which is a testament to quality as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, it takes a little bit of an unlock, even though our job is literally to arbitrage products from all over the place. It takes a little bit of an unlock to feel comfortable arbitraging from Amazon when they knock down the price, because it doesn't make sense that they would knock the price down only to raise it back up, even though that's what every other retailer does. We're just so used to seeing prices go down and never come back up.
Right.
And so it's it's interesting.
Yeah, and it kind of feels like cheating, just you just kind of sit there and just kind of pick off things. It's not really any different than cruising a clearance aisle, but to just sit here and just have profit essentially fall in your lap. Once you figure out how to do it, it's I don't know, it's I get it. I get why they're huge fans, and why there's so many sellers like with serious volume adding significant percentages of their business A to A.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, who are we going to give that 808 challenge replays to?
right. Who? Let's see. How should we decide? Like, I don't have a real good system. Help me out on this one.
I'll tell you what. Throw in the chat a win that you've had in your business in the past week. Okay, just a short one. Just a win that you've had in the past week in your business. And we'll pick somebody out of the chat who shares a win. Now, there's a reason I'm doing this. Okay. The reason I chose a win is because it's not something that we do enough of. And it's actually kind of one of the pillars of the OAC Plus community is we really try to get people to share their wins, because there's nobody in our real lives who we can share this stuff with and them understand it, you know? And sometimes even care. And so one of the pillars of a community is having people who are there to clap for you and give you your flowers when you need them. So
that's an excellent point. Because I make the joke, like, we're coming up on Thanksgiving, and they're family members that I'm going to have the same exact conversation about what it is exactly that I do for the fifth year in a row. So then that same, just, I don't know, misunderstanding or incomprehension, I guess, of what exactly this is that goes along with when you need to celebrate. It's the power of networking, and the importance of having peers that simply understand what you're saying.
mm-hmm.
It's huge.
I will have to say that one reason that I am excited that it is almost Thanksgiving, and we are going to pick a winner here in just 1 second, guys, is because it is the time of year when I get to pull out one of my favorite, like my all-time favorite Amazon memes. And I'm actually gonna pull it up here. There it is. Let me just pop this into the browser so I can make this nice and easy to share. But one of my absolute favorite memes is this one. When the cousin who always makes fun of your little Amazon side hustle asks what you're bringing to Thanksgiving. It's gonna catch these hands is what's gonna happen.
Thunder and lightning.
That's right. That's one of my favorite memes. All right. So I want to shout out the folks here who shared a win. Okay. And then we're going to pick somebody here. But Jay Tyndall, open an account with a prep center. That's fantastic. That is going to be incredibly helpful.
It's a turnstile move right there. You're never going back, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Ellen finally got encouraged like it was month number 1 again. That's awesome. Jermaine,
that's underrated.
Yeah, it is. 500 plus in sales yesterday for the first time. That's huge, man.
Awesome.
Pretty soon that'll be every day. Abdul, A2A spend last month was 35,000 at around 45% ROI. Cross border. Okay, you say cross border though. That's okay. That's strong.
Yeah, that's an impressive ROI.
Chad, beating an inauthentic complaint. Love to see it. I wish they were all one shot, one kills like they were a year ago, but you know what? Beating them back is good. Free money is never a bad thing. It's fantastic. Got to approve to sell a brand after multiple submissions. Absolutely. Way to keep after it.
That's the level of persistence that not a lot of people realize. we need to go through.
Absolutely. Saw an item with a few sales, thought it could be big if the seller priced down, bought 7, sold, then bought out Kohl's and have sold 70 in a month. So there's a really important lesson right here. Big T's not just a pretty face. Uh, it is not always bad to price things down a little bit. There are times when we need to pay attention to what the market is willing to spend on a product. And even though you're not, margin maxing, if you can sell through quite a few units at a profitable price because you're willing to drop the price $5, $7, or whatever it is that historically this product sells at, that does not make you a price tanker. That just makes you a smart business person.
Yep.
JP, strong on pace for your first 10K month. I'd love to see it. JT, 18K in sales for the year doing this part-time. That is fantastic. Andy, you flatter me, sir. I appreciate that. Polly, not only did I hit 10K in lifetime sales on Tuesday, but it was my highest single day so far at 852. I love that. Ellen, what does cross-border mean? It's like buying from Canada and selling in the U.S. Or buying in the U.S. and selling in Mexico. There are not only arbitrage opportunities from Walmart to Kohl's, Walmart to Amazon. There are arbitrage opportunities cross-border as well. And if you live in Canada and you buy in Canada and send it to the US, and then you get to arbitrage that money back into monopoly money when they pay it out in USD. I mean, it's like pass and go on a free roll. The two guys on the listing wanted like 68 and 80. Buy cost was 14, so effectively zero competition, but nothing to tell what velocity might be. Yeah. Now, sometimes you just got to take a flyer like that, and it works out. Love to see it, man. Okay. Chris, you want to pick one of these winners to win even more?
Yeah. So we're picking from out of these wins, right? You had to share a win.
Had to share a win to get 90 days OAC plus.
So that's the corridor. Let me get random letter generator wheel. Inputs A to Z. All right. Ooh, you hear the sound effects, or is that just me?
No, I hear it. It actually made you muffled.
All of that for the letter A. All right. Sounds like Andy Long to me.
Andy. All right. And Andy, you're already an OAC Plus member, so you're going to get the next 90 days for free. Is what you're going to get. All right. So here's what I need you to do. I need you to open a ticket. Let me know that you won. Okay. And I will make that free for you for the next 90 days. Just pop that in here. And let's power through the rest of these. All right. We got let's do the last Keepa SOPs, Chris. What you got?
Yeah.
Wait, who did we give that other A to A challenge replays to? I forgot to write it down.
Did we? Oh, no, Ian was the SOPs.
Yeah, Michael, I got you down there for an 808 challenge replay.
Yeah, Michael, you got the first one. Did we blend the two? Were we talking about the 808 challenge?
I think so.
And then
We were
we
talking
gave away the
808
90
challenge
days
and then
instead?
did the 90 days OAC plus. So let's give away an 808 challenge replays now.
Yeah, and we're running out of gas here. Just whoever's left. We got 305. This is our biggest crowd to date, even though we just crossed 4 hours. Just start calling it out.
I agree with Heather. JP has been here for a long time, been calling for something. Let's give an 808 challenge replay to JP.
Yeah, 808 challenge, or can you have us pick? We got Keepa
Sure.
Academies and we got to keep SOP left.
Yeah, we got Keepa Academy, Keepa SOP, and 808 challenge replay.
Yeah, JP, you've been active like this whole 4 hours, man. You've been supporting us the whole time in the comments section for sure. So, what do you got, JP?
808. You got it.
808 challenge. J
Make
Tyndall,
sure to reach out to me.
Keepa SOPs. Yep, it's got your name on it. How about that? Oh, Ellen just popped in there. Hate that.
Ellen, listen, I'll tell you what. Ellen made a big donation. And Ellen, I got you taken care of. Keep it. You're part of OAC Plus, Ellen, Jamie. Yeah, just DM me, please. I'll take care of you. So we do have we had a Keepa SOPs. What was who did you give the Keepa SOPs to?
That was
Tyndall?
J Tyndall. Yep.
All right. J Tyndall. Okay. We've got 2 Keepa Academies left over. 2 Keepa Academies left. Let's give these away, and then we're going to give you guys the rest of your night back.
Yep. And we got Heather made her winning bid donation. So I refreshed it, and it is sitting at 38.61 right now.
Fantastic.
So last minute donations would be appreciated. Couple prizes to give away. You know, we haven't even talked about this whole time. We haven't talked about testicular cancer, have we?
No, we sure haven't.
So let's talk about testicles for a while. It's after 9 o'clock. We're at the 4-hour mark. Why not? No laughing matter though. Testicular cancer is the most common cancer in young men aged 15 to 34. Which that's one of those where it's like, wow. About 8,850 new cases of testicular cancer are diagnosed in men each year. About 380 men will die of testicular cancer. Now that's 380 after I said that it's the most common cancer diagnosed in young men aged 15 to 34. That just doesn't sit right with me. You know, I mean, you think of a young man who, through none of his own decisions, none of his own actions, falls with, has testicular cancer. That's, I don't know, man, like young men who have stuff like that happen to them, through no control of their own, just feels like I can't help but like picture everything that they are potentially having taken away from them, especially if it ends up taking their lives. especially because we're doing all this, we're raising all this money, we're fighting for these young men, these sons, these husbands, these fathers, and then to think that the age range is 15 to 34, and 300 men, one American man a day, a little bit more than that, will die. So, we don't have. We're not talking about necessarily detection here, but obviously, detection. We want that to happen as soon as possible. And then Movember is also funding research to help. And let's be honest, it's probably not the easiest thing to talk about, right? You can see pretty easily why it would be difficult to live with, and that is also something that Movember does. It's resources while you are seeking treatment. It's no pun intended, but it's a delicate thing to deal with. Especially when you're not open, about what you're dealing with. So people don't necessarily know the help that you need or the support that you need. So,
And something that is very surprising to me is, and I know that breast cancer is more prevalent numbers wise, but there are things like commercials and social media campaigns and things like that let a woman know how she can check at home for lumps and things like that. I'm a guy, I've never once seen a social media ad or a commercial talking about how to check yourself. Um, you want to know where I learned how to do it? It was at the it was at COSI. It was the Center of Science and Industry in Columbus,
yeah.
Ohio, and they had a medically proper set for guys and also for women on how to properly check yourself. That's the only time in my 40 years have I ever seen anything for men on what to do, other than, hey, they're going to check you when you go to the doctor. But the last time I was at the doctor, that conversation didn't come up once. And of course, because I'm a guy, I didn't bring it up either. Which was, a failure on my own part, knowing all this. So, yeah.
And if that isn't one of the prevalent themes, everything that we've talked about tonight, the fact that the male, we just don't. It's not talked about. It doesn't get the attention that it deserves, and and again, it's not zero sum. It's not taken away from. I love breast cancer awareness and the efforts that are put in place, but yeah, that's a great story of a lot of the tight-lipped, we don't talk about that, keep it to yourself, suck it up kind of attitudes that we're trying to change, especially if it affects your well-being, and your life, your health.
Yeah. Look at it, Michael. Didn't even know you could take a blood test for prostate. So thank you for sharing that. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It doesn't have to be an invasive test necessarily. So, matter of fact,
I didn't know that's what she was checking, to be honest.
Yeah, that's a matter of fact. I just had I just had a physical a couple of months ago, and we checked it, and I started a new medication. We'll be checking it again at the first of the year. I wasn't in any range to be worried or anything, but based on this new medication, I need to check it more frequently. So yeah, it's nice and easy. It doesn't have to be a scary test. So listen, we need to give away a Keepa Academy, and Big T threw in a donation, a nice one. So I'd love to give him a Keepa Academy replays.
Absolutely. Appreciate you, man. And he, we didn't even talk about this. He did this on his own. He tagged us and he was tweeting links to my Movember as well.
Yeah, that's awesome.
You know, he did that on his own. That's you know, I love you for that, man. And if anybody wants to follow suit, this is, you know, if you can share, love to get as much support. It's an important cause, you know. So thank you, Big T. Thank you to anybody else in advance that shares or just talks about it, because that's what we're talking about. That's the point of this whole thing.
Yeah. Okay, we got one more Keepa Academy to give away. Chris, you can choose how it goes or who it goes to. Big T's already got Keepa Academy. All right, we'll throw that back in the mix. We got 2 to give away.
All right. Now I'm about to lose one of my earbuds, so I'll need your help with this one. Who are we looking at? And preferably we want to give to somebody not already in the OAC Plus, right?
Yeah, we absolutely do. I'll tell you what. Brian Lynn had a nice win here. Listed 3 FBM items and sold all 3 in 3 hours, $75 profit. Why don't we give one of these to Brian? Brian, I think Keepa Academy will be helpful. All right. We've got one more to give away here. Hey, there's Ian. Ian, fantastic. I get the spelling of your last name there. Appreciate that. Perfect. Is Keepa Academy more detailed than the OAC Challenge? Yeah, we do get to... Keepa Academy is something like 8 hours long, and unfortunately, I just can't go 8 hours on Keepa during the OA Challenge.
Yeah, it was what... I like the evolution of Keepa's role in the OA Challenge, right? Because I don't think the first iteration. Did you do 2 days with Keepa?
No, I think it was 1 day.
Yeah, it was kind of just it's kind of battle tested to where you kind of rearranged it, and just started adding more, which I imagine probably had a hand in the realization that it's like this is its own course, you know, because there's even more than it was at one point in time. It was 3 days worth of Keepa at in the OA Challenge. So
yeah, you know, that's kind of the funny thing, you know, is, and a lot of people will give people like me crap for teaching, you know, well, you must teach because you can't do. Teaching is actually one of the highest forms of learning. You know, you've got to take this idea and suss it out into this easy to understand way, and it makes you think incredibly deeply about it. But then you also need to keep up with everything, including changes and updates. And I don't know. I don't think you can teach something without deeply knowing it. You know, it's just, it really is the best way to learn is to teach.
absolutely.
All right. Looks like I'm going to lose my AirPods here in a second as well.
Technology's forcing us to wrap this up. So,
right.
I'm down to one.
Stacy, this is fantastic. My sons are 18, 19, and 20. I had no idea about Movember. We had a long conversation about it yesterday. That's great.
It's awesome.
It's really great. I'll tell you what, Stacy, if you don't already have it, why don't we give you the last Keepa Academy? We'll give you that last Keepa Academy. All right. So let me just say this before we head out. If you guys won a prize, you know, we called your name, you won one of these giveaways. please reach out to me. Okay. My email is chris@cleartheshelf.com. I am pretty easy to find across social media. Just reach out to me. It might take me a day or two to get back to you, but I will make sure that you get taken care of. We'll make sure that you get your winnings. All right. And I know Chris is going to want to say a word, but before he does, I want to say thank you. Thank you for hanging out with us twice a week. A lot of you are here every single time. We may joke around. We may try to have a good time, but I don't think that either of us take this responsibility lightly. We understand that your time is valuable, and I think we try to maximize the return on your time invested in our podcast, in our live shows, and things like that. And so we appreciate your attention. And tonight, we appreciate your dollars. This is for a good cause. It doesn't go to line our pockets or anything like that. But this is something that it's important to Chris, and by extension, it is important to me. These things are a big deal and not talked about enough. And so this is our way to be able to give back just a little bit. And I appreciate you being part of that journey with us.
Yeah. It started the show. I said this one of the first things. Your support. We are. Gus was the most recent donation. Thank you, Gus. And thank you to everyone. It's $4,018 is what it's sitting at, and there's a couple auction winning bids that are going to go into that as well. So that's over $5,000. That is, when I first started doing this, I didn't, obviously it was a different network. It was it was a different job, and it was 13 years ago. I was probably, for the most part, a different person back then. And I'd raised like a couple $100, and I thought I was doing pretty good, and it was, but it wasn't making waves. But through the fact that you guys show up, the fact that we're 4 hours and 17 minutes into this, and that counter says over 300 people still, and the counter's always like in the hundreds, like we do these shows twice a week, and there's almost 100 episodes of the podcast, and there's always really beefy, crooked numbers as far as like viewerships and downloads and stuff. So for you guys to just consistently show up, because this could be transactional, if you wanted it to, just dip in, get the information you need, dip out, because this is, look, a lot of what I talked about with my sons and young men and stuff like that. This is an impersonal medium. Online is a cold place, and we're not necessarily held accountable for our words and whatnot, so it's not only for the cause of Movember, but the fact that we can have a show like this that's 4 hours long, and you guys can show me and show the cause and something that I feel strongly about, as much love as you have tonight and last year, and constantly just showing up, and the words of encouragement, and the laughs that we shared, and the wins that we've shared, says a lot. It flies in the face of how cold the internet is, like it's easy to be a keyboard warrior, but you guys are present and authentic for us. And that means a heck of a lot to me. It's you guys constantly interact. It could be we could be yelling into the void, or Luke would probably say I'm old, so I'd yell at clouds is more appropriate. But yeah, you know what, you guys, I really thank you. Yeah, I don't. I feel like I'm running in circles trying to express my gratitude to a stronger degree. there's been a lot of words. We're 4 hours in. My vocabulary is starting to fail me, so maybe you'll just have to take my word for it. But we put some good into the world tonight. And you can call that hokey, you can call that sentimental, and I don't care. That's why I do it. I when I tell you guys in a business sense, the advantages of getting 1% better, it would be hypocritical to not love the fact that we can do something like this, and maybe we made the world 1% better, by spreading some help, and support out there. Just leave it in a better place than when you arrived. It's I got to tell my 7-year-old that, in regards to the kitchen, because she goes on a snack binge and she destroys it. But it's amazing how powerful that is, and in different perspectives, different avenues. And you read the books, you hear us talk there. A lot of our content talks about how powerful, and once it starts compounding, the 1%, so conversations like Stacy had with her sons, they're likely in a better place now because she talked about it. And that's what I want to just proliferate over and over again. I hope this leads to dozens, if not hundreds of conversations. And I hope in a couple of years, we have people joining me. I hope we have teams of we make Movember teams. We make a clear the shelf mustache growing team, and who knows what we can do. And but the point is, we did some good. These guys, Movember, they're out there, organizing across the world, and they're saving lives. And I take a lot of pride, and you should too, that's what you contributed to.
Yeah.
So
Absolutely.
There's nothing more clear and cleaner than the words "thank you very much."
Yeah, absolutely. All right, guys, we'll leave you there tonight. We will be back this coming Sunday to do this all over again. Not nearly as long, but to answer your questions and help you out any way we can. And for everybody who got one of the giveaways, please reach out to me, email, social media, whatever it is, and we will make sure to get you taken care of. For those of you who got OAC Plus, please make sure to reach out to me soon, because on Monday we have got a 5-hour-long sourcing marathon coming up. So thank you so much again for this evening, everybody, and we will see you this Sunday. Have a great night.